You're joining us live for the City of South Fulton City Council meeting. Introducing Mayor Khalid, District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rowell, District 2 Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 3 Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 4 Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 5 Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 7 Councilwoman Linda Pritchett, City Attorney Sarah Kelly, City Clerk Corey Adams, and City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. A city on the rise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our February 11th work session. We are live at our new permanent City Council chambers in the City Hall of the City of South Fulton at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 30336. Feel free to join us here live or online. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, and the general public at large. This is the roll call for the 4 p.m. February 11, 2025 work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rowell, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. Present. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
And the Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Aki.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
First item on tonight's agenda is the City Manager's Monthly Report presented by our City Manager, Sharon D. Subadan. The monthly report is inclusive of the Public Works Report as well.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The City Manager's report was submitted to you by email. There is a little bit of a change this month. The finance report was very specific to Mayor and Council. The remainder of the finance report you'll see on your next update. What we're going to do is lag a month behind to make sure all of our end-of-month transactions are included. So when you see your monthly report my monthly report in February, it'll have all of the transactions through January. And with that, December was another really busy month. And so with that, I am subject to your questions.
All right, is everyone in the queue? Is the queue working for everyone tonight? All right, the chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Gums.
Okay. Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. Your report was really good, so I do want to give you kudos for that. It was very informative, but I just have a few questions. First of all, thank you for the update on the illegal signage. 425 illegal signs that were taken up in 1 month. That's a lot. And I am hoping that we can continue to keep that momentum going and hopefully it'll go down. But still interested in doing a citywide campaign in reference to, I guess, reaching out to these businesses to stop posting or, I guess, additional fines. Do you know what steps they have taken in order to kind of curb that a little bit?
Thank you. Well, I know that code enforcement is starting to call the numbers on these signs to put them on alert. I think there's a process that we have to go through to notify them that their signs are illegally placed. We go through that process and then remove them. If this continues to be a problem, then they can escalate it through the municipal court system.
All right, thank you for that. Also, too, I don't know, well, you probably do remember, but we have in the FY25 budget, there was an environmental officer within the code department. Is that position filled, or do we have that still open, or is it being considered?
I don't have the answer to that. I can find that out before the end of the meeting. But if it's not filled, it certainly is being considered to be filled. There wasn't any reason why it shouldn't have moved forward.
Okay, thank you for that. Also to the park ranger program, I know that is launched in a few of the recreational centers. Is there any plans to, I guess, launch it in Cliftondale or any of the other facilities, especially with the new parks? And it's starting to warm up, the dog park, so much going on. Just wondering if that program is going to be launched over in District 2.
My understanding is we're going to launch it across all parks that we have. I can circle back with you to let you know how many of those positions are filled.
Okay, here we go. And one thing too regarding the school zone calendar, and in your report, you indicated that there were 12 citations that were found liable and like 28 not liable in January. Do you know what caused that? And then my last question is, if you could please give a quick update on House Bill 581. I know there was a recent change, but if you could share it with the body so that everyone will have that information.
Sure. I can start with I don't have an immediate answer on the first question. On House Bill 581, I did send something out to all of you. As you remember, we had our discussion in December, and as a body, you elected to stay opted in because we already have a floating homestead exemption. The homeowner would actually get the better of the floating exemptions. So it would actually be in the homeowner's favor. What we have now learned, kind of hot off the presses, is that the 25 valuation is going to be based on 24. And so homeowners will not see an increase in their property taxes in 2025. So that's a new development. My understanding is the legislature is taking another look at this law. While I haven't heard back from everyone in Fulton County outside of the city of Atlanta, most of the jurisdictions that are similarly situated as us have elected to opt in.
That concludes my questions. Thank you.
I can't see the queue.
I do not show anyone else in the queue. Well, Councilman Rouse in the queue.
The chair recognizes District 1, Dr. Rowe.
Thank you. On page 4 of your report, it has a breakdown of expenditures by district. And what I did notice is that the amounts are different. Can you speak to that at all? And I also want to say congratulations to our 4 code enforcement inspectors who are now certified residential mode inspectors. Kudos to them on that. So. Page 4.
Thank you. So one of the things that made your budgets different is your ARPA funds carried over from year over year. So if you had ARPA that was left over from a prior year, we carried it over into fiscal '25. Of course, those had to all be expended by December of 2024, but fiscal '25 for the audience, fiscal '25 starts in October. And so that's why you would have seen a difference. Most council persons had quite a bit left. Some had not used hardly any of it. So that was what caused the budgeted amount to be different.
Is that all, Dr. Earl? Okay. The chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Helen Willis.
Thank you. Can you give us some update on the litter pickups? Because it seems like that's not being done proactively. It seems like we are having to constantly call in litter. Can you give me an update on how often they are proactively, or do they have anyone assigned to every area proactively riding around looking for litter in our city?
So we do have litter pickups that are scheduled on our major corridors. And I believe, I was looking at Mark, I think they're every other week, which is an increase in our frequency. That's on our major corridors. On minor arterials or in neighborhoods, if there's a litter issue or an illegal dumping issue, we are depending on reports. We have encouraged anybody who's out and about, if they see illegal dumping or see a problem, to make sure to let us know. Once we know that, Public Works will go out and rectify it, especially if it's on the right of way.
So I didn't realize that we were relying on people to report litter in order to pick it up. Um, can you give us a recommendation on how we can be more proactive in that area? Because um, I know people aren't reporting, and um, well, we need to roll out a robust campaign encouraging people to report it. Because I was under the assumption that, we had people riding through our city proactively picking up litter, and I am seeing litter more frequently as I was riding down Camp Creek Parkway the other day. I mean, litter was everywhere. Yesterday, I had to call Dr. Cooper because I don't know what happened. Maybe it was a trash truck or something, but someone had just littered one of the main streets with just paper. I mean, it was so much paper, it was going over into people's yards. And so at one point, I know for a fact that we had someone proactively going through. What happened to the Go Green truck? I mean, I asked that before and never got a feedback on that. So
That's okay. So to reiterate, we're picking up litter every other week on our main corridors. Camp Creek would be a main corridor. And so all of our main corridors, we coordinate with DOT, we pick up trash on those every other week. So I don't want anybody to walk away thinking that we're only depending on individuals to contact us. But, if we pick up litter today and then a trash truck empties its load tomorrow, you know, obviously on Camp Creek, we're going to see it and we'll send somebody out or we'll call the company back. But if it's inside of a neighborhood or outside of our, normal routes, then, it is helpful. We are planning to launch a clean campaign in the spring when the weather is a bit nicer, and it is going to have several facets to it. In addition to just picking up trash, we're really encouraging community pride and hoping to reduce littering in the first place, and if necessary, cite people for littering when it's a chronic problem. The best methods are often a carrot, but sometimes you do have to use a stick.
What I'm seeing is contractors, still a lot of contractor dumping large items being dumped um, on arterial roads. Um, I just think we need more investment in that area. When we have traveled with the National League of Cities, and I visit cities that are clean, I know San Antonio is no comparison. It's not apples to apples, but when we were there, that city, I mean, it was pretty clean. And I asked, I said, how do y'all keep um, the area so clean? And they said they're spending like almost a couple of $1 million to make sure that the street sweeper is done every morning at 5 and 6 o'clock. When we were in Washington D.C., we saw people in like T-shirts, and they were paying people minimum wage to just constantly pick up trash. It was a program they had, and I remember one time Atlanta had that program. It was a long time ago when they had that program, but I just think I mean, I'm willing, and I know some of my colleagues are willing to put more investment in that area because it's getting kind of rough at this point. Thank you.
And the queue grows. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Keosha Bell.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. Thank you, City Manager, for the City Manager's report, specifically for our first demolition for 2025. I know that has been a concern for many of the residents as far as blighted properties. And so this is wonderful to, that we've had this now for the first in 2025. I know we have two more that are coming. So thank you for including this in the report because it also shows the things that have been done around our city. So thank you. Thank you for all of the details. Thank you for all of the information in this city manager's report, and I will be sharing this with my residents as well. So thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, thank you for your report. To a follow-up question really from Councilman Willis. Could you share the rationale for why we are only doing every other week on main thoroughfares, given the amount of traffic, the amount of cars, and in particular, the amount of trucks that we have traveling Roosevelt Highway, Camp Creek, Fulton Industrial? Not so much trucks on Old National to that extent, but certainly a lot of cars. Because it just seems to me that every other week is not enough. So why every other week as opposed to every week?
So I misspoke. Bi-weekly is leaf blowing and cutting. Weekly is litter pickup. So I want to correct the record. That was an increase that we did in our current year budget to go to weekly. If you recall, on our last meeting, I also asked for your approval, which you gave, for additional street sweepers so that we could do more frequent street sweeping. We've got some smaller ones that we can do spot cleaning in areas that are traditionally problematic or they have a lot of leaves. In reality, I think looking at a more holistic approach, maybe something we do in the new budget. But at this point, we're doing weekly. If it's not sufficient, we employ some additional mechanisms. If we need to go to a higher frequency, it's just a matter of the cost. And so that's a policy decision we can bring forward and let you see what that is. And if the will of the council is we need to dedicate more resources, We're spending well over $1 million on litter. If we need to spend more and that's your desire, we certainly can do that.
Can we get, it's not really a report, but it's a little bit more than an estimate. Can we get a mini report that would give us a cost estimate for increasing? Because again, I think that the point is well taken, given the type of traffic and the sheer volume of traffic, particularly on those four main thoroughfares, what that cost looks like, because we may in fact need to do more. Well, it's not even may in fact. I'm positive we need to do more than once a week.
We can definitely do that.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Linda B. Pritchard.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. I have more of a comment related to this issue of litter and trash. When I was at the Capitol last year, I heard them talk about the fact that, and I think I've said this before, that the state of Georgia spends over $10 million in picking up litter and trash. So my point is, I do want to see our communities clean. I do want to thank Public Works, who have helped clean up Melanie Manor on Pierce Road and Fellwood Road. The teenagers there that go to Banneker, yes, I'm calling you out, because you dump trash on the street as if that's cool, and it's not. So Mr. Valenzuela had a trash receptacle installed at the request that I made, and the residents let me know yesterday that they have been seeing a significant reduction in litter on that corner. However, I do want to emphasize that me personally, when people talk to me about litter and saying, well, what are you going to do about it? First of all, I didn't put it there, and I'm serious about that. You know, we're a big city, and last summer, many of us went to a conference in Chicago, and at 7 a.m, street sweepers were out, people were sweeping, people were cleaning up, and nobody was throwing litter on the ground because they appreciate their clean streets. So I do believe that we do need to come up with some kind of strategy around litter, but I do want to emphasize that we have to take pride in where we live. And it is really aggravating for many of the community members that are engaged in constant community cleanups. And then they have to come back the next week and clean up some more. It's a bad habit. It's a bad life pattern. It's just not good. And perhaps we need to communicate with the school system and ask them if they would make it mandatory for some of these teenagers to pick up the litter, maybe 40 hours for them to graduate, because I assume that if you had to pick up that litter and it's part of what you have to do to graduate, you may not want to put it on the ground anymore. So I am really kind of fed up about this litter issue, because I think that we're better than that. And, you know, we keep reinvesting good money after bad trash and bad habits. And we can really straighten this out if we teach our children to pick up their trash, if we stop throwing trash, and also if some of the retail establishments that we had would take it more seriously. And I know that there was an ordinance, I believe, that Councilwoman Willis put in place, or a resolution, to make sure that they had a certain amount of receptacles in shopping plazas. I'd like to see that be taken seriously, and even code enforcement going out and making sure that they're pressure washing, that they're picking up litter, that they have porters, that they're just not blowing stuff in the road. Like, we can do something about it, but we have to really just be serious about it. So that's my issue, my rant, and with that, I yield. Thank you.
Would you bring that cue up again, please?
I show next in the queue, Dr. Rupp.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rao for her second time.
As previously stated, we had a green team, and it was looked at as a program that could work through our police department for people who needed community service to help with that cleanup. I think we really need to revisit that. It makes a whole lot of sense, especially if we have people who can't cover their fines. This is a way to work those fines off. I remember it being at minimum wage. So again, they're getting the market rate in terms of compensation for their time. I would love to see, our community policing unit or outreach team kind of revisit that and see how we can bring that back. In addition, we can't put that litter all on kids. It's adults that are littering as well. And so I know I had previously had discussed as well the need for us to do a citywide campaign on keeping our entire city clean. I definitely think we need to focus on that. And in conjunction with that, and I think Councilwoman Gums has been working on this, we need to, particularly in our commercial corridors, we need to pressure wash those sidewalks. It'll go a long way in terms of improving the aesthetics of the area. So that's my comments, and I yield.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Just a point of information for our city manager. We've had so much turnover in our city. It is my understanding you can check with our pro tem judge, LaDon Blackett-Jones, who was our city solicitor at the time that we administered the green team under, I believe, city manager Odie Donald. But it was disbanded because there were concerns about supervision and who could be out there supervising. There were some risk management issues, so that might be the first place that you might want to follow up. She does have that institutional knowledge, and if I'm misstating, I'm sure that she will correct you as to the reasons why, but it was created and then disbanded on her watch, so she has that. The chair recognizes for their second time, Councilwoman from District 3, Helen Zenobia Willis.
There is also some legality around, depending on the cleanup to be done. In essence, we still have to budget for city services. We cannot use that program as a way to augment what we would normally budget in city services. So I think it was some legalities around, and we had to be careful trying to say that that type of program for pretrial diversion was going to help supplement our course of business. And so, with that being said, I would like to see some type of proposal of what it will cost to increase the budget to clean not only our main thoroughways, but do proactive litter pickup in our neighborhood arterial roads. Also, are we street sweeping are we going to subdivisions yet, or we're not? Street sweepers. Huh? Oh.
Again, the need is going to be on our major thoroughfares and where we have curb and gutter. I was just asking because I don't know this offhand. We have 100 square miles, so we probably have thousands of miles of streets. And so what we would have to do is prioritize and determine where we have our problems, target those areas. We probably need to enhance our Adopt a Road program. This isn't really something that, we could do an Adopt a Block program. We certainly can bring you back the numbers and give you options for you to choose from. But we do have a lot of square miles to cover and a lot of lane miles to cover. And so, as requested, we'll work on a report. We can bring that to you. It'll have all of the pertinent details. At the end of the day, we follow your lead, and we will investigate the green team if there's a way to do it. We would not do it instead of our investment. We would do it to enhance our investment and look at other things that other communities have done. I too have traveled and come back, and I'm amazed that, I was in Orlando, couldn't find any trash. I was abroad in Europe, no trash. So I think some of that has to do with not just constantly cleaning up, but I think some of that has to do with community pride. And so I think we have to attack it on all fronts.
Okay, I'll follow up with you offline about some of the public works projects in my district, on getting updates on where we are on some of the roundabouts that were supposed to be in progress by now. The last thing I wanted to ask, will you be bringing back a proposal to let us know what equipment we need to enhance for inclement weather going forward? Because I know we ran into some challenges, but I tried to as best as I could. First of all, I want to thank staff because, we don't get snow all the time, and I know that's not something that that's not equipment that we will readily have accessible to us because we don't get it all the time. But every time we have a storm, we learn from our mistakes and we try to do better. And I think we did better the first time than we did the second time. I think the second time caught not only us, but everybody off guard. So I guess my question is, will you be bringing back some recommendations on the equipment we need, more equipment we need to purchase and be ready when we have issues like that? Thank you.
Absolutely. In fact, just today we had a conversation around what is it we're going to need to prepare. It's one of those things where it could be a sunk cost. We may purchase the equipment and never have to use it, but it's one of those things where you need it when you need it. So we are already pricing that to determine what are our best options, and we will be absolutely bringing that back. And so yes, we have. And thank you for acknowledging staff. I thought Public Works in particular did a phenomenal job. Looked like they were having a little bit of fun out there in the snow. But I'm very appreciative of the work that was done in response to both the storm. The second one really did catch everybody. Too many people were out and about, and the ice really got us. But thank you for acknowledging staff. And yes, we are pursuing our options.
The chair recognizes for their second time Councilwoman Gums.
So, I guess thinking about all of this, especially around the litter piece, are we doing any educational campaigns like going into the schools? Because we did do that very early on in our existence. We had, I believe it was code enforcement and maybe some public works. But are we still implementing going into the schools and educating them about litter and cleanup and things of that nature? And then my other question is, how active is the Adopt a Road program? Have we, do we send information out to people that have not been on, cleaning up in a year or so? Are we taking down their signs? Because of course that's a marketing strategy as well for organizations in our community. And what can we do to kind of get more people on board with that?
So education is going to be a big part of our program. Like I said, we want to roll that out in the spring. It'll have several facets, including education from, not just the little kids, but the middle schoolers, high schoolers, and try to, get people on board. And so the Adopt a Road, I have to find out where we are with it and get back to you on that. And also make sure that we are keeping up with it, because you can't just put your sign up there and not do any work. I am aware that there are many, many groups that do go out and pick up tons of bags of trash in addition to what we're paying for. And just to circle back, I did get a cost. We're spending 1.3 million on trash removal. That's a big number, and it's still not enough, right? Because there's still trash out there. So I get that we need to do more. I don't want to be just single focused. I think we need a full strategy, and we're working on that to include a marketing campaign around this issue of clean. Sorry.
That is a big number. But I do remember, and I don't know if some of the inaugural council members remember, but we had a project going where it was a mascot. We were getting the kids to design a mascot for us, and they were able to get awards from communities, businesses in the community. So they seem very engaged with that. That might be something that we can try again. But we have to figure something out. And I think it does start. And then also too, I read somewhere about a community where the homeowners, they get together and they vote on the best, what is it? The best house in the community or yard. So just like we were mentioning about community pride and all that good stuff. So if there's something we can kind of tie around with that as well, I think, that'll give people more energy around cleaning up and keeping their area clean. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other speakers in the queue, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to presentations. The first presentation this evening is Cedar Grove project presentation. Will be presented by Tanara Turner, Director of Parks and Recreation Department, and Carlos Perez with Perez Planning and Design, LLC. And would you please bring up the presentation in the back?
Good evening. This is new, so I apologize. This is fancy. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tanara Turner, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm gonna bring up Mr. Perez at this time to talk about the Cedar Grove project.
Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, good afternoon. As Director Turner mentioned, my name is Carlos Perez with Perez Planning and Design, and we're excited to give you an update on the Cedar Grove Park Conceptual Master Plan. So as you'll see in the next slide, what we're going to talk about this afternoon is first remind you a little bit of the background of why we're here this afternoon and how we got to where we are today. That includes giving you an update on the public meeting findings that we had that were part of this master plan update. That'll lead to informing you what the conceptual master plan alternatives, some of which that we shared, or the latest ones rather, that we've shared with the community and the preferred option that the community identified. And then we'll talk about next steps and then any discussion that you might have. So in terms of the background, as you may recall, this is really an extension, as you'll see in the next slide, this is really an extension of the Parks and Recreation System Master Plan that we completed for you a few years back, where there was a few key goals, right? The idea of refreshing, connecting, and developing the park system. And a big focus of this plan was looking at equitable distribution of parks and recreation facilities throughout the city, understanding that there were some districts that didn't have certain facilities. And so what you'll see this afternoon is how we approach District 4, one of the areas that didn't have key facilities, and how, based on community input, we're providing recommendations for this next project. So if you go to the next slide, this was a process that we worked with in District 4. We had a series of public meetings, one in June 6th, where we provided some concepts. We collected input from the community then. We came back to the community July 8th, also collected some input, and you'll see what those findings are this evening, consistent with what we heard from residents in that area of what they'd like to see in that community. And that'll include some costs, planning level cost of that facility. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see that based on this public meetings, the key facilities that we were trying to get the input on in the community were these right here. The Recreation Center, that a lot of agreement that was some important that residents want to see. Following that was a pool And there was discussion about whether it's outdoor or indoor. What we learned through the process is that indoor was really attractive because it allowed key programs to continue throughout the year versus only a portion of the year. Also important to the community was a splash pad, and then a playground. Less important, you can see, was 27% of respondents. So as we go into the next series of slides, you'll see how we presented these options, and we'll talk about which one the community preferred. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see the first concept, which explored creating a recreation center roughly around 16,000 square feet, including a splash pad and a playground. And if I can focus your attention on the bottom right of this slide, you'll see that the graph, the elements colored in magenta, those are the ones that this concept is exploring. The one in gray is not being explored in this concept. So in this one, we were exploring the recreation center, the splash pad, and the playground. We were not exploring the pool. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see a close-up of that area. So we had the recreation center, again, 16,000 square feet, the splash pad and the playground, and expanded parking to the north of that. The next slide gives you some images that we shared with the community to give them an idea of what that could look like. And while this was attractive to some, there was not consensus on this one, but it was one that we shared. If you go to the next slide, you'll see the second concept that we shared. In this one, we explored an indoor pool, a playground, and then expanded parking. And again, if you see that graph, you're seeing the ones that, how it related to the community input. And if we zoom in on the next, or if we go to the next slide, you'll see a zoom in on this version, where again, we show that community center, 20,000 square feet, as it includes an indoor pool and a playground on the outside, as well as expanded parking. And again, on the next slide, you'll see some of the imagery of what that could look like for residents. And again, this had some components that were of interest, but not everything that the community wanted to see. And if we go to the next slide, this is the one that the community did want to see, and it included that indoor pool, the splash pad, and the expanded parking. And as you can see in that graph on the bottom right-hand side, it does include those top facilities that residents told us they were supportive of. The next slide zooms in on that area just a little closer again. You have the indoor, the community center with an indoor pool, that splash pad, and then the expanded parking to the north. And then again, the imagery of that residents liked. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that, of what that could look like. So again, this was the concept that residents were most supportive of and wanted to see move forward. If you go to the next slide, you'll see the planning level costs of this. So the facility, roughly around 11 million, but there is a contingency on that. These are planning level costs, so we add a pretty large contingency, getting us to about 17 million, and then also potential operations and annual cost of that facility as well. So what we're asking Mayor Pro Tem and Council this evening, if you go to the next slide, is to consider this approval for this concept to move forward to design. Part of that too is identifying what the appropriate service delivery model is, or project delivery model is, right? Is this a design bid build? Is this a design build? Is this a CM at risk? There's different strategies on how this could be implemented and timelines associated with that. That would lead to development of construction documents and ultimately implementation. This is an item for discussion, so happy to answer any questions. I think it's important to note that in the item that is included for the meeting this evening, the descriptions of these projects are different than what you saw this evening. The ones that you saw this evening are the right descriptions. The costs are accurate. The descriptions on the one that you're going to see in the council meeting are a little different, but this is the correct ones. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Hi, Carlos.
Hello,
How
good
are
to see you.
you?
I'm well, and you?
Long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a bit.
Thank you for your presentation. This is very nice. My question actually is for the city manager. Where are we on funding the Parks Master Plan we adopted in 2022?
So for the last budget year, we did an incremental amount toward it. This year, we have done the same thing. I think this year we did about 5 million. For this project, for design and site development, we budgeted 2.9 million in this year's budget. So what we've done is every year put an amount in the budget for the purpose of buying down the master plan. Much of that work is around planning this kind of work, getting out into the community. We'll be doing a similar exercise for Cliftondale and for Creel Park, because we need it to be refreshed. The one we have was done in 2022. And so just after COVID, lots of things happening. We want to make sure we go out and hear what the community is interested in today. Make sure we're still in sync with this council, and then we can move things to the next step, which is design, and then ultimately site development, and then finally construction.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes District 1.
My questions have to do with cost, because one of the things you mentioned was that our figures were slightly different. And I know we have three concepts. I think the first one, and I don't see it on this particular presentation, it was like in the ballpark of 8, then we went to 16, and then 17 million. Are those numbers still pretty much in line with what we saw? I know this was in our packet.
Yeah, the numbers that you saw here are actually consistent with the descriptions that you saw. So
Okay.
those are accurate. And those are planning level order of magnitude costs, right? So as the design team that will work on this, as they get into design, these costs may change. But at this level, right, these are ones that we feel comfortable with, and we added some contingency in there, as we typically do in this stage.
And the primary difference with the 8 million is you get the rec center, no water component, right? No pool or splash pad, and just the parking.
That's correct. So it's the 8 million was the indoor recreation center. I believe that was a playground as well.
Oh, playground.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that was it. I yield.
The chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Helen Z. Lewis.
So you said the next phase is design and then cost?
Part of the design is confirming costs, right?
Okay.
And depending on how staff and council may want to move forward with it, there's different strategies to do that. One is your typical design bid build, where you develop it, design at 30%, 60, 90, 100%, and in each of those phases you check costs, right? That's one strategy. And there's other strategies as well, so up to staff and council.
And so, Ms. Subadan, I would hope that we can design and build, because when we design and wait, I mean, costs we saw from renovating Welcome Mall, we can't control the increase in cost due to supply and labor, and now we are also facing a tariff war on some of the material that we are going to need for construction, and so that's going to have an impact on our building costs. And so I would ask, that we consider designing and building. For me, what I saw, whatever the community, because I know my colleague worked very diligently and met with this community numerous times. I saw the meetings, saw the meeting in the fire station, inhaling fumes and all kinds of stuff. And whatever they have come up with and whatever they desire, I think that we should try to meet that need. This community is a park and recreation desert, and our residents deserve it. Their tax dollars are at work. So I just hope that we move forward with designing and building And I'm always a proponent for pools. This is one of the areas that we had identified to get a pool, and Burnett Park as well. JC has been very aggressive about making sure that he moves this along, and I support him wholeheartedly to get this in his community, because it's really not much out there, and the residents have been longing for it for a very long time, and they're kind of out in an excluded area, and a lot of them come to Walkmall Park, and so if we want to take some of the wear and tear off of Walkmall Park, we're going to have to build other facilities so that we won't have to continuously put a lot of money into existing facilities with the wear and tear. Thanks. I yield.
The chair recognizes District 4 Councilman J.C. Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My colleague from District 3 basically stole a lot of what I was going to say, but I want to thank staff for working with me and my community through this process. You all know, I think it was the very first meeting. I think Dr. Cooper, you were there at the fire station bay. And we were so hot. And folks asked me, well, why did you do your first town hall meeting for this year virtually? I said, well, it's been freezing. So we cannot go into the fire station bays during the winter. We had a small meeting with Public Works a few weeks ago, yes, at one of the fire stations, which we couldn't use the bay. And when I got there, I was very distraught because there were a lot of seniors who had to stand around because that's the space we had. So for me, this is not even about, getting a new shiny toy. It's about getting what the community needs and what the community deserves. So thanks to staff for working through the process and for going on the site visits to other places with us so we could at least see some things in the operation. And part of why the community talked about the different things that they needed in that facility was we never wanted to build a senior center. We wanted to make sure services can be done there for multi-generational families and people. So young parents, young mothers, young fathers can come there with their kids. There's something for them. The teenagers and the younger, adults, and also seniors. So I just want to let everyone know that we did our due diligence, and I'm hoping to get the support from my colleagues later this evening when we do call for a vote to move forward on this. Thank you.
Is there no one else in the queue?
There's no one else in the queue.
All right. I'm going to close this out first by saying, Mr. Perez, thank you so much for this. I remember going to these master planning meetings as a councilman. And Madam Supadan, I want to thank you so much for creating a South Fulton Suzu and putting money aside for these important projects. I do have a request, and I don't know if this is already included, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but I would like to see all of our new buildings come with EV charging stations and at some point level 3 chargers. And then lastly, though you have been putting money away to effectuate all of the things on the Parks Master Plan wish list, we may need more than that. And I'm wondering, what are your thoughts about a peace blast? And are we able to do that under these new 581 changes?
So, a couple things. One is I'm a big proponent of pay-as-you-go. I think we can manage these projects in pay-as-you-go. You take a chunk, put it aside every year. You time it with your design build. Prioritize things, as you go along. You've seen that this year we're putting a lot of money into deferred maintenance. Once we do that, it'll be behind us. So we're not worried about being in the middle of a build of Cedar Grove and then the air conditioning at Southwest Arts Center goes out. You have to try to figure out how to make the money work. I am a big believer in all things sales tax. Sales tax is the most equitable taxing mechanism, in my opinion. And I've been a big advocate for SPLOST, T-SPLOST, where we're able to use it and really take the burden off the homeowner and the taxpayer. Take the burden off of ad valorem. And so I'm a big proponent. However, in Fulton County, we're just about at our cap. The part of the reason for opting in to House Bill 581 is there may be the opportunity for us to do a sales tax called a FLOST later on. We're still hearing from the legislature how that's going to work. But by being opted in, we keep our options open. And I don't know that we need a park SPLOST at this point. If I had my druthers, I would do a SPLOST, because a SPLOST can go to any capital. It can go to fire stations, it can go to police stations, it can go to police precincts, it can go to parks. It's much, and it can go to transportation. It's much more flexible. So if I had that crystal ball and the wishing wand, I would want SPLOST versus one that is so narrowly defined that it pigeonholes the policymakers.
All right, thank you. The chair recognizes District 4 Councilman Sebastian for his second time.
Thank you, Mayor. The question that you asked about the EV stations, I agree. As a matter of fact, not only for this project, but it is my opinion that as we think about building out all of these centers, not only do we talk about things like EV charging, but also to build into these facilities some solar systems, so that in cases of emergencies, we have these backup systems that are ready to come online that basically get charged by the sun. And what this will do, this will also help us to reduce our energy costs from the grid, because these systems can run at times, anytime, day or night, regardless. So I think as we move forward, we need to figure out how we build those in, especially as the technology gets cheaper. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further speakers, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the next presentation, which is Merck Miles Transfer Station Update. This was requested by Councilmember Willis. Madam City Manager.
I'm going to ask Dr. Cooper and Solid Waste Manager Gordon Burkett to present. We do have a presentation. Some of you may recall I did circulate a memo on Merck Mile a couple of months ago, giving you the status update. So this is to give you a new update, and I'll go ahead and turn it over.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Gordon Burkett, the Solid Waste Coordinator for the City of South Fulton, and I'm here to give you a briefing on the residential solid waste program. Our overview slide has basically our presentation for today, which will take a look at what we did in 2024 and what we're looking at in 2025 in terms of our finances. What does the $233.16 cover? Our 2025 financial items to consider, our billing cycle, and spring mailer. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right. Our program purpose is to make the city of South Fulton cleaner and more attractive through a consistent, comprehensive, and cost-effective approach. Okay. Next slide, please. Yes. So we have three key areas where we receive revenues. Our sanitation fees, again, which is $233.16 since June 2023. Interest income, and our Merck Miles profit sharing program. Next slide. 24 solid waste expenses, three key areas again, most of which goes through our professional and contracted services. So that would be your Waste Pro, that would be the operation of Merck Miles, our special events, and the servicing of city facilities. Two smaller categories, administrative costs, and our small tools and equipment, which covers the purchase of containers for new residents and the replacement of existing containers. Next slide, please. So for 2024, our projected revenues, actually, which is our actual revenues of $9,374,000, was exceeded by our expenses for a net of $1.8 million in the negative, which includes the $1.8 million purchase of carts from Waste Pro. It was a one-time cost. Yes, that was a one-time cost. Next slide, please. In our 2025 budget, it's very similar. We're not changing any programming at this point, but we're still going to run in a deficit this current fiscal year, actually calendar year is what we're talking about here today. That's primarily due to we reached full staffing and also the increase for Waste Pro that we incorporated in June of last year. Next slide, please. A lot of folks ask, what does my solid waste fee cover? This is a comprehensive breakdown of it. As you look up there, almost 90% of it goes to residential collections, followed by Merck Miles, our administrative costs. Last year, we did cover some of the supplemental litter program that was discussed earlier today. Special events, the purchase of containers, servicing of city facilities, and the collection fees for the Fulton County Tax Commissioner. That gets us to our $233.16. Next slide, please. You need to go back. There you go. Okay. That's it, yes. Okay, so for Merck Miles, we want to do a little breakout here. Our operating agreement, which is a fixed cost, is about $420,000 a year. Disposal costs can vary, but last year it was $193,000, which brings us to a total operating cost of just under, well, actually $613,000. With profit sharing, our net loss for the operation of Merck Miles was just over $600,000. Next slide, please. All right, some of the items for us to consider for 2025. The Solid Waste Fund has absorbed several initiatives without an increase, totaling approximately $2.5 million. These costs will be covered by the general fund. We cannot operate with an enterprise fund at a loss. This means that we're subsidizing the sanitation program, which is not sustainable. These items include the one-time costs that we just talked about for the carts, and roughly another $93,000 for some additional carts and distribution costs associated with them. Our maintenance and mid-year Waste Pro rate increase, as well as the 14 recycle paper shredding events, and are part of that cost as well. And we absorbed a disposal cost increase for processing the waste at Merck Miles. Next slide, please. And to expound upon that, Disposal rates continue to go up. Over the last year or so, those rates have gone up about 9%. We see that continuing at this point. And throughout this process, the residents have not received a rate increase associated with any of the things that we just talked about. Our advice right now is to keep the status quo or to consider a rate increase. Next slide. In 2025, our fund is projected to spend about $9.7 million, which will put us at about a $408,000 shortfall. That's primarily, again, for full staffing and the waste pro agreement. In addition, we've talked earlier about Merck Miles and some needs for some safety and capital improvements to make it more people-friendly and address some of the safety concerns there. We've set aside $500,000 in the last fiscal year that will be rolled over into fiscal year 25 to cover a portion of that, but we estimate it to be somewhere between $750,000 to $1 million to bring that facility up to where it should be. And last, and it's not necessarily least, but meeting the financial management program policies and a reserve requirement is one of the goals that we have for this year as well. Next slide. We were asked by some residents to look at changing our disposal fees at Merck Miles. So right now, for up to 150 pounds, it's $10. Before, it was up to 360 pounds for that amount. The results of this study give us some understanding of what that would mean from our budget perspective. It would increase the folks who use this service by about 15%, actually 60%, and increase our disposal costs as well. So it has a negative, it increases the amount of material that we're processing, but also it increases our expenses as well as decreasing our revenue. The impact of that is around $66,000 is what we anticipated being at this point, and that doesn't include any effect on changing our vendor's contract because that will affect their revenues as well. Next slide. Billing cycle. So each year, our invoices go out around June 1st, due August 1st of each year. In preparation for that, we've provided you today with the backside of the invoice. It's always an opportunity for us to educate folks on what they're paying for and also to make sure that they're aware of all the services the City of South Fulton provides them through this program. Again, invoices are due August 1st. Next slide. Our spring mailer, again, we want to make sure that we take the opportunity to educate people, also prepare them for what's coming up next. So as we did last spring, we will be doing another mailer, which lets people know that their annual solid waste fee is coming up. Thankfully, a lot of folks are including this as a part of their escrow now, so it makes the process smooth for most of us, but also making sure that folks know the other programs that we offer through this program as well. And at this point, we'll take any questions that you may have.
All right, the chair recognizes District 1, Councilwoman Dr. Rao.
Thank you. A couple of questions. I just want to verify, we've completely acquired Merck Miles, right, from the county? We have not? No. Okay. No. That's what I couldn't remember. Okay. And do we know what the average weight in terms of disposal per load per customer? So I know people are advocating for, back to 360 pounds or whatever, but based on the average customer coming through the door, how much are they disposing?
So most of our customers are still in that $10 range, so that's under 150 pounds. That makes up about 60% of our customers on
Majority of
the,
them
yes.
fall under that category. For those who are going beyond that, do we know if they're contractors or otherwise? Do y'all have any way to differentiate?
Again, our facility is open to everyone. We do check IDs there for residents, typically. But normally, much heavier weights are contractors. 150 pounds is a lot of material to put in a car.
Agreed. So again, just want us to take that into consideration. If we're going up, are we really subsidizing contractors and not our residents? So that's what I was trying to get at. And then, I know at one time we were looking at, maybe other recycling. I know we're doing glass or anything. Do we generate any revenue from that at all?
Currently, that's a revenue neutral. We don't make any money off of it.
Or we don't lose?
But we do offer, we don't lose money on it either. We offer plastics 1 through 7, paper, cardboard, all the standard recyclable materials, including glass.
Okay, so in one sense it's good because we didn't previously have glass recycling, but whoever gets it, they just come cleared out for us and we don't pay anything for it.
In recent years, the financials in that industry have changed dramatically. They used to provide us, compensation for that, but that no longer happens.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
The chair recognizes City Manager Superdan.
I can go last.
Okay, the chair recognizes District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Assistant City Manager Dr. Cooper and Mr. Burkett. I did get one of my questions answered about the percentage of people that exceed the 150 pounds. It sounds as if it's about 40%. Do we have any way of identifying contractors versus regular household people coming in?
We don't. We actually identify residents versus non-residents as opposed to contractors versus non-contractors.
Okay. And this might be on your mailer, but what I've found in talking to residents, a lot of people do not know the level of free recycling that they can get done at Merck Miles. And I've been telling folks, if you probably have an average household and you have two carts, you probably can save the cost of one, just by doing recycling and taking your recycle to Merck Miles every month, because the recycling is free, and I think it's better, obviously, for the environment and all of that. So, my recommendation is if we don't highlight the recycling piece on the mailer, then we probably should see if we can find a way to do that. Because I can tell you, the number one thing when we're going to put in this thing in place for sanitation, the number one thing that came up in District 4, and people are still asking about it, when are we going to do recycling, right? And my answer is, well, we actually allow it now for free at Merck Miles, but you have to take it there. But I know they're talking about curbside recycling. So as much people as we can push there with the existing services that we do offer for free, I think we need to sort of, focus on that a little bit. That's my recommendation.
And if I could just add one thing to that, Councilman Sebastian, the recycling is not necessarily free. It's just part of those fees that we are paying, so we are absorbing those costs, but you are correct when residents take it in.
That's what they think about when I go down to pay.
Right.
Yeah.
The chair recognizes District 2, Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you for the report. My questions are more around, I guess, the sanitation program. right now, do we know how many people or homes are currently, I guess, current on their sanitation bill?
So the uniqueness of our relationship with the tax commissioner is that they make us whole, so we don't really get a number of people who are not, or who have not paid it. So, but our recovery rate for that invoice is almost 100%.
Okay,
Very
so that kind of led me to my next question, is how do we monitor it? And does the county provide some type of report on their collection efforts? So you're saying that you don't necessarily get that information? Is that weird? I don't want to misspeak, but
That's correct.
that's accurate,
Mm-hmm.
okay. And based off of your presentation and your comments in the presentation, you're saying that the current model that we have is not necessarily sustainable? Because that's what I read.
Yes. So when we started this program, our goal was to make sure that, and this is what we told everyone that we spoke to, that we would not change our fee structure for 2 years. And we held that part of our bargain up. Our goal is to make that 3 years if we can. But also just to make sure that, we're continuing with our mission, which is to make sure that this service is cost effective for the services that we provide.
Now, I know there was some things that we added in there as far as holding the contractor accountable. I think there were some fines and fees that they may be assessed if they missed a pickup, or if the spill, we have the issues now with, them spilling in the neighborhoods. Are we keeping a report of that, and are we assessing any fines?
Yes, we're tracking all that stuff. And each time that we get a report for spills, and we make sure that folks make sure to let us know if there's an issue with stains on the asphalt, we go out and investigate those. And I would say most of them actually are not attributed to the solid waste service. It all depends, though, but that's something that we spend a great deal of time to make sure that we get it right. If there's something that we're doing to damage a neighborhood in any way, we want to make sure that we go out there and address it quickly. But we do keep track of all that stuff. Our vendor does a pretty responsive job in terms of resolving problems. In our contract, they have 48 hours once an item has been identified to resolve it. And they're pretty good with that.
So taxpayers shouldn't expect any type of communication on tax increase, or an increase for this program until probably another year and a half? Is that what you're saying? No, I'm just asking.
That's what we're trying to do, yes.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I'm clear. All right, thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
So are you intentionally skipping me?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm not. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Helen Willis.
Councilman Williams, she can go if she wants to, but I just want you to.
No, now that you brought it up, would you go ahead and speak, Councilwoman Willis?
Thank you. 35,000 residents is what we have on sanitation approximately.
We're just under 39,000.
Okay, so we're just under 39,000. So 39,000 times the 1757, that's $685,000 that you all are getting off of residents to supplement MERC miles. So I am advocating that we go back to $350 per pound at $10, because I think it's unfair that I have to supplement to pay for MERC miles and also pay for my sanitation as well. And you all are getting $685,000. I don't mind. And then I got another memo that was sent to me when I asked for this to be done, a resolution, and I'm still bringing the resolution. We can vote it up or down, and residents can come and speak on it. Because I don't think that we should make residents residents only pay extra costs to use Merck Miles. I think it's more expensive the way that we're doing it now, $10 for 150 pounds. I get what you're saying about the average household usage. What people are doing is dumping it because it's more expensive. So while I'm asking Ms. Subadan to look into bringing a proposal back to make more of an investment in picking up litter, we're gonna either pay it on this end or we're gonna pay it on the back end. And so to me, it makes more sense to make it more affordable so more people can use it for residents only. Now, people who are non-residents, yes, we can keep it at 150 pounds at $10. And there is a way that we can identify commercial and non-commercial, because all you gotta do is when they come, they ask you for your license. They can determine whether or not you're a resident or non-resident. They can also determine whether or not contractors are non-contractors. It's not hard. But if our residents are asking us for reprieve so that they can dump more, take them back to what they used to, I think that's a reasonable request, especially when you all are making, well, not you all, especially when we're collecting, let me correct the verbiage, $685,000. That's the second highest cost in our sanitation bill, according to what you all have here. And then the email that I received for it was like only $30,000 more or $60,000 more. The email I received, it was like 62,000 if we go back to 360. But it'll be probably less than that because I'm only asking for residents only to be allowed to dump $10 at 350 to 60 pounds.
Okay, I'd like to add a couple of things. Okay, well, one of the reasons why we check IDs is we do charge non-residents a higher rate than we do residents. And as far as the analysis, I was asked to put together and determine what the impact of any changes would be, and that's what's reflected in this document. But that's obviously a policy decision.
Correct. And, I appreciate the thorough report, but what I did ask is for how much are we supplementing residents out of their sanitation bill. I asked for a total amount of how much we're supplementing for Merck Miles, and you did provide the $17.57. So all I did is multiply that times you said under the 39,000 people that are paying the sanitation bill, and that's how I came up with the 685,000.
That should be part of that. The number should be part of that 233.16.
Right, I just took out the 1757. So we're collecting more. I just took out the $17.57.
Okay.
I didn't do the overall. I just took out the $17.57.
And do understand, Councilwoman, that 60,000 is on top of the already shortage that the fund has, as well as the 1757 would not account for the increase in disposal. Mm-hmm. Because that's going to be an increase as well. If you increasing the tonnage that people can bring in, once they begin bringing it in, those costs will go up on the other end as well.
So what I need is a comprehensive cost of what that will cost, because this memo that I'm looking at that you all provided on October 24th, 2024, which was only 3 months ago, what it says is that the cost of the city, it would decrease revenues for this weight category by 60%, which is only 62,000. Increase disposal by 7,000. The impact projected to an additional operating loss is $66,348 annually.
Yes, ma'am, and that is based on an anticipated 15%. But again, the disposable cost is variable, so we don't really know until people start bringing it in how much it's going to actually cost. So that was just basically used for projecting for your purposes of knowing how much it would impact with just basically a 15% increase.
So you're saying approximately $66,348 annually, is what it will probably be according to this memo?
That would be probably the minimum it would be.
Okay, so what's $66,000? I mean, I mean, some people are paying $150,000 just for a party in the city. So what's $66,000 to help our residents be able to bring items to dump more affordable? Because what I'm seeing more frequently is the stuff being dumped on our streets. And then I'm asking Ms. Subanan to bring back a proposal to increase more proactive litter pickup. So we're gonna pay for it one way or the other. And what I'm asking is to allow our residents only to be allowed to dump. And this is what residents are asking. And so I'm asking for them to be allowed to go back to the 350 pounds at $10. And then if we see where it's not picking up increase, and then we need to inform residents only that they are allowed to use Merck miles at that unit cost at 360. We need to educate them. And if we don't see where they're using it, then I can say justify it. But right now what we're doing is residents are paying more to dump because we're playing this number game. We're decreasing the pounds, but keeping it stable. And what was told to us when we went through this is that we weren't doing an increase. But we weren't doing an increase. We kept it at $10, but we decreased the pounds. So what that did was make it more expensive. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to stand with the residents on this. And because we're gonna either pay it now, we're gonna either have to absorb it now, or either we're gonna have to absorb it on the other end where we're gonna have to pay for people to pick up more litter. Because that's what's happening. Every time I drive through our neighborhoods, I see stuff everywhere. And so I would like us to go back to the 360 at $10, do an education campaign, social media education campaign. We share it all in our letters. And if we see, we make it, give it a year. And if we see where residents are not using it, then we can make an assessment. But, I mean, I'm going to bring the resolution either way it goes. And my colleagues can vote it up or down. And then residents can come and speak on it. But I'm going to do what the residents asked me to do because I do think it's unfair that we are augmenting the cost of $17.57 to pay for Merck miles. And then we are having to turn back around and pay for it's more expensive to even use it. So you getting me on both ends. That's how I feel. When I went to Merck Miles and we just had a simple, we didn't have that much, but because it weighed 150 pounds, we almost paid $100. And so I see why we get people dumping out, throwing stuff on the streets. And I'm not saying it's right. But if y'all want people to be serious about not littering, let's make it more affordable. That's just my take on it. And I have to stand with the residents on this. I'm sorry.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Just so, and this may or may not have been answered already. Why are we, and if we are, why are we allowing contractors to dump at the same rate as residents?
No, go ahead.
So, I mean, we do have contractors that live in the city of South Fulton, and they do pay the lower rate, but the lower rate only affects normally that $10 area, once you get past that 150 pounds, the numbers are pretty consistent for those folks. And again, about 60% of the customers that we have, and we service about 1,500 people, 1,500 cars a month there. 60% of those are paying that $10 amount that we're talking about today.
Okay, that wasn't my question. Let me try this again.
Okay.
I'm not interested in contractors who are residents. Okay, I'll get to that in a minute. Why are we allowing contractors to dump at the same rate as residents?
I don't think we're allowing contractors to dump at the same rate as residents. I don't have the rates in front of me, but we aren't.
Right, because that's, and Councilman Willis is
Yeah, and
correct, that's not what this says. So what is the rate for contractors?
I need to look up the rate. I don't know
And how
exactly
many
what the rate is.
contractors are dumping at Merck Miles each month?
Because this is just residentials.
Yeah, we can provide that information, but again, the rates, once you get past that $10, they're fairly aggressive, to be very honest. Our goal really is not to service contractors, but rather to provide a great service to the residents of this city.
And I don't think anybody here would dispute that, but if you're gonna bring contractors into the mix, when I think about a contractor, I don't think about a contractor who is a resident that's getting stuff out of their garage to take to Merck Miles, right? When I think about a contractor, I'm thinking about the people who are building the Valvoline at the corner of Old National and Woodward, who don't live here, who are doing construction work, who are taking whatever debris they have somewhere.
I understand what you're saying. The current pricing that we have there now, again, we kind of made it, I guess you consider, we attempted to make it less attractive for commercial customers there. And how we did that was we looked at the other transfer stations, because that's really who we compete with for commercial customers in the area. That would be GFL typically on Welcome Mall and in Fairburn, and also their Waste Management and a couple other folks, other places. We looked at their rates, and then we basically doubled our rate to discourage commercial customers. That's what the model is right now.
Do we know, okay, so when you say contractors, are you referencing actual residents?
It could be residents and non-residents at that point. Again, it's based on the weight. And again, typically 150 pounds is a doable amount of weight for someone with a pickup truck.
There we go.
But when, you get over that amount, that, in terms of being able to transport that is very challenging for those who don't do that for a living. And that's kind of how we came up with the rationale of the current structure for fees. You want to add something?
Yes. And Councilwoman, just based on, I had to look up the rates, the non-residential and commercial rates are basically double. So it's $20. For residents, it's $10 up to $150. For non-residential commercial, it's $20 up to $150. For 150 to 500 pounds for residents, it's $60, and it's $60 for non-residents and commercial, and it's $120 per ton after 500 pounds for commercial and non-residential and residents. However, again, the purpose of this is because 60% of our residents are at 150 or less, so they're paying the $10. If any of the non-residential or commercial customers come into Merck Mile, they are paying that higher rate, regardless if they're bringing in 150 or less.
And to give you an idea of what you would pay at another one of those facilities that's in the city of South Fulton, those prices range from $56.60 a ton to $70 a ton.
And plus some have accounts.
Yes, and you must have an account to use those facilities as well.
Okay, so I think that what I would want to see is this data broken out in a very different way. Because I think that if we are going to ask, as Councilwoman Willis has asked, to bring a recommendation for something, then we need to have some clear and precise data. How many residents, so telling me 60% tells me nothing. That could be 60% of 100, it could be 60% of 100,000, that tells me nothing. How many residents are we talking about at each of the tiers? How much commercial are we talking about at each of the tiers? And what is the dollar amount associated for each one of those? Because I think if we're going to look at, we want to increase for residents, we need to ensure in a very precise way that we are not opening up a loophole for people who are non-residents, and certainly not for those people who are commercial. So if we could get that data disaggregated much more precisely so that we don't just have percentages, we have actual numbers. So that we can see what exactly we're looking at and make a quality decision about where to increase, if to increase, where to increase, and how much to increase it by, so that we can get to where it is we need to get to.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian for his second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Assistant City Manager, and Mr. Burkett. Thank you, Councilmember Williams, because you basically went down the path where I was going to go. Because I'm sure my first time around, I asked a question about these contractors, and I wasn't sure if I got the answer that you meant to communicate. Because I'm sure I heard you say we were not differentiating between contractors, only residents and non-residents. And the reason why I went back in the queue, because I think that maybe what could be happening is that, as Councilmember Brown said, we are supplementing people who are taking advantage of the lower prices at Merck Miles. And we probably ought to look at identifying those commercial folks rather than having the cost, having to come back on the city. Because if we increase for everybody to $350 per your statement, then we're gonna have much more in disposal costs. So I want us to consider, especially based on how Councilmember Brown has laid it out and described it by these different tiers, resident versus non-resident contractors, et cetera. That's probably what we should be looking at and implementing those cost structures accordingly, because you're right. If 60% of the residents who go there are fine with the $10 and stay within that limit, then maybe the problem is with the 40% of the residents. So maybe their increase should not be as high as the outsiders or the contractors, right? So, but I do have one question here that if you don't have the answer now, that's fine. The numbers that you showed us in terms of the revenue generated, and you said about 60% of people's residents stay under the $10. But in terms of the people that pay above that initial, what proportion of that money, that revenue, come from those people who pay above the $10? That's a number that I would like to see as well, because that, to me, also tells a story.
So can you repeat that one more time?
Like, there's a proportion of people that pay $10 only.
Right.
right?
Yes, right.
And you have a big bucket of revenue. So those people pay $10, okay? When you look at the hard numbers, how much of that money come from people paying $10 versus people who pay above that? And if you can break it by residents versus others and outsiders, that would help as well. Because I suspect what we have here is a structural problem, not necessarily a cost problem. And we might be able to correct it and give the very same service and make everybody happy, or somewhat happy. People who should be happy, which is our residents, will be happy. And, you know, the others who are outsiders or contractors or whatever, they may have to pay a little bit more, but they will still come. Okay?
Gotcha.
All right. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchard for your first time.
Thank you. So we still do have bulk trash that is offered to residents at their home. That's on a monthly basis, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the weight limit for that pickup?
So that, for no additional charge, it is 2 items up to 3 cubic yards, which is basically the size of the bed of a F-150 pickup truck. And that's included in that 233.16.
And how many households really take advantage of that service?
It varies, at least 200 a month.
200 out of 200
40.
people out of approximately 39,000 people. So less than 0.01%, something like that.
I think it's a valuable service that we still have some capacity with. We advertise it on the back of the tax bill, on the mailer, and any other things that we do to make sure that people are aware of how it works and how to request that service from us.
Well, perhaps people are not as aware of that service and how it really works, and maybe we can do a little bit, beef up a little bit of the advertising, or put together some kind of media thing or social media thing for us to be able to educate residents on this, because I just don't think that, like my neighbors, I don't see them using that, and I do see them having high volumes of trash at times.
We welcome that opportunity.
And with that, I yield. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her second time.
Thank you. So my mom was a math teacher for over 32 years. And one thing she did was make sure her children knew how to add, multiply, divide, and subtract. And for me, it's real simple. It's real simple for me. Of our sanitation bill that we're paying annually, $17.57 goes to augment the cost of Merck Miles. So you have 39,000 approximately residents on sanitation. So we're collecting $685,000 for Merck Miles. The memo I got in October says that it's going to cost approximately $69,000 annually to take residents only back to 359. I said residents only. So if we are already helping augment the cost at $17.57, then I don't want to have to be paying more as a resident only to take my stuff to Merck Miles. I don't think that's right. So, Attorney Kelly, I'm asking that this be put through the legislative portal. This resolution says that We are asking for residents at $10 up to 360 pounds, residents. I understand and respectfully, everybody want all these other numbers, and that's important, but I am asking for residents, not non-residents, residents, at $10 for 360 pounds for municipal solid waste construction debris, yard waste, and the charge for non-residents shall remain at $20 for up to 150 pounds. The charge for non-residents remain for $20 up to 150 pounds. That's what this resolution says. We can vote it up or down. I respect people's decisions, but this is what residents are asking. I don't think it's an unreasonable request. If it's going to cost this city approximately $60,000, $67,000 annually more to grant them that request. I mean, we can look at all other factors and see if we can get money in other places from non-residents and non-residential subcontractors. That's fine. But this is what I'm asking for residents who already pay $17.57 to help augment the cost of Merck Miles. That's what I'm asking. And that's what residents are asking. And I think it's a reasonable request. And that's what's going through the legislative portal that should be on the next agenda. And residents, I encourage to come who ask for this and speak and let our body hear what you're asking. Because I didn't come up with this. As a matter of fact, they educated me. I didn't realize that we had done this because I was told that the cost was the same. I didn't realize we reduced people pounds. And so the cost isn't the same because they're paying more now because we reduced the pounds. And personally, I don't think that's right. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers in the queue other than the city manager, Mr. Clerk?
I didn't see anyone else. Yes, so Madam Subadan is the last one.
Okay, well, I'm actually going to close us out. I'm going to close the queue. And first, I see where you were going, Councilman Pritchard. Would you tell me the cubic square feet again in the back of an F-150 that people can use for?
It's approximately 3 cubic yards.
3 cubic yards. So we have a once a month pickup. We got some big houses in South Fulton, so I don't know what people got in their houses, but that's at 12 times a year, that is 36 cubic yards that we will come and pick up from your door. I don't know how much trash y'all have, that people are bringing into Merck Miles. But I will say this, I'm a part-time mayor is what the charter says. I only get paid $40,000 a year. Even though I've never worked a 20-hour work week since I've been here. But if I had the time and a truck, I would drive around South Fulton and pick up trash for people and take it to Merck Miles because I'm a citizen and I only pay $10. Now, some people might argue that I'm offering a service, right? So like maybe I should be able to do that because there may be some citizens who can't get their refrigerator out to the curb. But I would also drive around construction sites and say, hey, I can get this waste rid of at half the price because I'm a resident, right? So I do think there's an issue. I don't know how one fixes that. I do also remember, though, there was a lot of confusion in the rollout of our sanitation program. At first, people were told that they didn't have to schedule a pickup, and then they were told that they were, right? And so just the difficulty in getting on the schedule, and then people were scheduling pickups and they weren't getting picked up. We got 200 homes. I don't know what we would do if 1,000 or 2,000 homes started saying, hey, I have 36 cubic feet that I can get rid of every month. I want to get put on the schedule rather than pay this fee, because we could do this public education. I don't know, I'm not a math whiz, so I don't know how much more that would end up costing the city if we had to run the entire trash route every month, picking up bulk waste and oversized waste. We kind of get out of that because people have to call and schedule. A lot of what I think I'm hearing is us workshopping things that we didn't think all the way through when we passed this contract. And that's why we're 2 whatever million dollars over budget. I think if we're gonna stand with the residents, you gotta stand with the residents all the time, because they came and flooded all of these meetings and said that they didn't want this. And these problems, I think it's good, but these are things that we didn't work out. We didn't talk through enough in work sessions when we had this, when this was in front of us the first time. And so now we're having to go back and figure out all of the things that we missed. I heard people say that they didn't realize that certain things were happening. It was in the fine print of the contract that not enough people read. Madam Superintendent?
So I wanted to clear up a couple things that have been said. So the Merck Mile transfer station is not under consideration for transfer to the city. We have an agreement with the county as part of their consent decree, as part of the environmental issues at Merck Mile, so we will never transfer Merck Mile to us. Part of the reason for providing you with the full picture is to help you to kind of understand that we are supplementing the service. We have no intention of bringing a rate increase this year, and which means we will continue to supplement the service. So while it may not be so much about Merck Mile, this is an update to help you to know that we're supplementing the service. I also want to, so I didn't design this, I inherited it the very next week after I showed up here. I inherited it and I told you there were problems with the contract, I told you there were problems with the pro forma, there were problems, which we revisited last June, and we had to renegotiate our contract with Waste Pro. So our contract with Waste Pro went up, and we didn't increase our fee. Our pro forma had challenges. When we looked at the pro forma, it included, as an example, the cost of the street sweeping. This fund cannot afford that, not with what we're charging. There is no additional cost for, if everybody decided they wanted bulk waste tomorrow, Waste Pro is under contract to provide it. So as long as people meet the terms, if they call, put their 3 cubic yards on the curb in accordance with the contract, they would be required to pick it up. I also feel like it's important to remind you and the public why we bought the carts. Part of the problem that we had last year is when Waste Pro said we want to renegotiate, we were between a rock and a hard place. We were up against their deadline. They had the right to ask for an increase, and we didn't own a single cart. So if they walked away, they were walking away with our 39,000 carts that we would have to start over. So part of our recommendation, which you accepted, was to buy our own carts. And so we've bought our carts. We have a replacement stock of parts. So when people come to the city new, they get a new cart. If somebody's cart gets destroyed, we have a way of replacing it, and we have a staff member who handles that. So I felt like this was an important opportunity for us to give you the overview. It's a policy decision. We certainly can do the additional research. Much of that information we should be able to bring to you to tell you the strata. We did look at other competing disposal sites as we looked at this, so we can bring you that information as well. ultimately, this is a policy decision, but I felt like it was important to give you the full picture of the fund. It is not uncommon for a fund to cover the cost of a transfer station. That's very normal. I've seen that in my career many times. So that was the purpose of giving you probably more information than just giving you Merck Mile in isolation, because it is part of the solid waste program. So I wanted to just put those things on the record.
All right, thank you, Madam City Manager. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
The next item was executive session if necessary.
I think we're well over time. We're an hour behind schedule for our zoning hearing. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this work session and actually, I'm going to adjourn this work session, and I would like for us to call the zoning hearing at 6:05, if that is amenable with my colleagues. The chair recognizes City
Attorney Kelly.
Attorney Kelly. Thank you.
There has to be a motion to adjourn.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously. We adjourned at 5:58 p.m.
PM zoning hearing. Assistant City Manager Davis or City Manager Subidan, if there's anything that we can do about the temperature in this room, there, some of my colleagues are
We've got,
having a private summer up
we've
here.
got fans, if anybody would like a fan. Anybody like a
Mr.
fan?
Clerk, it's 6:06. If you go ahead and call the roll.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This is the roll call for the alcohol license zoning public hearing meeting for February 11th, 2025, 5 p.m. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4. The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present. Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Microphones, here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please sound the first item.
First item, under alcohol license, rezoning, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. Mr. Mayor, the first case is KZ 24-012/CV 24-003. It's an application by SCCC Land LLC, care of Hakeem Hilliard, requesting a rezoning from C1 in the Cliftondale Overlay District, CUP, and AG1 to A1 at 0 Camilton Circle to develop 314 multifamily units. The applicant is also seeking a concurrent variance to exceed the height restriction no more than 50 feet on 27.04 acres of land. This is located in Council District 2. This item was deferred by the Planning Commission, and it's my understanding that staff has requested this item to be deferred as well. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. We are asking that this item be deferred until the March 11th public hearing.
All right, I'll entertain a motion for deferral.
I'd like to make a motion to defer to our March 11th, 2025 meeting.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue. Please, everyone, make sure that you switched over in your civic clerk to city council.
Mr. Mayor, no one signed in.
Okay, well, we'll just take this vote by a show of hands.
I record this motion approved unanimously.
All right, thank you, Madam City Manager. I think some people are having problems signing in. If there's an IT professional who could come and help us out. Beginning with District 6, Councilwoman Williams Brown. She's the first person I heard. Please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence, staff has notified me that item C, I believe, is also up for deferral. Did you want to skip to that one for deferral?
Sure. That's
No
all right.
objections?
All right, yes. You can go to, please sound item C.
Item C is KZ 24-032, CV 24-013, an application by WB Companies LLC, care of Robert and David Weinstein, requesting a rezoning from AG1 to MIX for a project referred to as Atlas Green at 7995 Spence Road to develop an 842-unit apartment community with 2,000 square feet of commercial space on approximately 42 acres. The applicant also requests 4 concurrent variances to decrease the parking ratio to 1.5 parking spaces per 1 unit, reduce the number of electric vehicle spaces to 10, reduce the zoning buffer west and south side of the property to 50 feet, and decrease the number of landscape islands and parking lots to every 40 spaces. This is located in Council District 7. Staff and Planning Commission recommend denial. Staff seeking a deferral. Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I believe the applicant has been working with the district council member on a specific date in which they want to defer this case to. Councilmember Pritchard, did you have a date on that?
I do not. I do not. They were asking for 2 months.
So I think we should go to the second date in April, the second hearing in April, which I believe would be I think the second Tuesday is the 8th, so that would probably put us at the 22nd, April 22nd.
So I move to defer this to the April 22nd council meeting.
It's been properly moved and seconded. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian for discussion.
I just have a clarifying question. Is it really 2,000 square feet of commercial space? Or was that supposed to be 20,000? I'm asking.
No, I believe that's correct, 2,000.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I respond to the councilman?
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchard.
So, Councilman Sebastian, this is a mixed use where it's an apartment development and it's 2,000 square feet of retail space on the bottom level of the apartment complex. So, you get that?
No, I understand.
Oh, okay.
It just seems like a small number.
2,000?
That many units.
Okay.
Yes, we're in discussion. I actually have discussion, so we're not done yet. While we're on this subject, can I just ask, Mr. McClendon, this is zoned mixed use? This apartment?
No, this is zoned AG1. This is currently zoned AG1. They're seeking to zone it mixed use.
Right, they're seeking to zone it mixed use. What is the minimum square footage allowed for a mixed-use project under our zoning code? Can I build an apartment complex and have a 200 square foot unit and call it mixed use?
So it sounds like you just asked me two different questions. I don't believe there is a minimum square footage for a mixed-use development. So I think you asked me two different questions, and I think the answer for both of those questions might be the same thing. I don't believe we have a minimum square footage for a mixed-use development. And I don't believe within a mixed-use development, there is a minimum square footage for commercial or institutional or office, et cetera. We do have a requirement that each mixed-use development have to have 3 different components, that being housing and institutional and commercial, or office. You have to pick 3 out of those 4, but there is no minimum square footage for each of those uses.
Is that something that we are looking at in our comp plan?
That's something that we're looking at in our zoning code.
Okay, thank you. I do think that's important. I don't want developers just being able to build anything and call it mixed use. But thank you. With that, let's take this vote. Is everyone in the queue now? Can we take this vote in the queue to defer?
Yes.
All right.
Vote is open. Vote is closed. That item was approved unanimously, 7-0, to defer till April 22nd.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item B, case Z24-027, application by Salaheen Real Property, LLC, care of Battle Law, requesting a rezoning from AG1 in the Cliftondale Overlay District and Sub C to CUP to develop 49 single-family detached homes on 17.40 acres of land at 3880 Thaxton Road. It's located in Council District 2. This item was deferred at the Planning Commission meeting. Staff recommendation is approval with conditions. Planning Commission made a recommendation of approval with 21 conditions that are included in the staff report. Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Quick clarification. You said deferred at the Planning Commission meeting. We did have a hearing on this at the Planning Commission. Staff does recommend approval with conditions. Those conditions are listed in your staff report. The Planning Commission recommended approval with conditions. Also, I will point out that the staff conditions differ from the Planning Commission conditions. I believe the applicant is going to make some explanation of that. There's a discussion of a community benefits agreement, which is going to kind of explain the difference between staff recommendation and Planning Commission recommendation. And I'll take any questions about that after the hearing.
All right, I'm sorry, I want to go ahead and open the public hearing. You have, and I'm sorry, do we have any speakers against?
Yes, it appears we have the applicant here, and we have one person against, and the applicant does have a presentation.
All right, you do have 10 minutes. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal after you've heard those in opposition. Please start by stating your name and address. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Josh Mahoney. I'm an attorney at Battle Law PC, which is located at 3562 Habersham at North Lake in Tucker, Georgia. I'm here this evening representing the applicant pursuant to the rezoning of property off of Thaxton Road. That's 3880 Thaxton Road. Again, we are seeking a rezoning from Sub-C and AG1 to CUP. Small modification. When we originally submitted our application, we were seeking the rezoning to allow for 49 homes. That is dropped as a result of negotiations with the community to 42 homes. I actually cannot see my presentation. Can we put that up? Perfect. So this is the property highlighted here in red, and just to give you an idea of where this property is, it fronts on Thaxton Road, right across the street from Wolf Creek Circle, between Old Fairburn Road and Albany Way. It also abuts property to the northeast, that is High Point Trail, that does have a connection into our property. On the next slide, we could talk a little bit about the zoning map. You could see that this property is in the unique situation of having two zoning districts that apply to it. In the front, we have the Sub-C zoning district, and in the rear, the AG zoning district. We're seeking to rezone to CUP, which is that pink color you see to the north. So we're not introducing a new zoning district to the area, just kind of continuing that trend that's there. In seeking this rezoning, we would actually solve this issue of the split zoning by just consolidating that under one zoning district. On the next slide, we've got the site plan. So this is rotated, just so you all are oriented here. Thaxton Road is down here on the southeast of the plan. A couple things I'd like to point out. We've got a couple amenity spaces scattered throughout this plan that include green space, including enhanced green space like parks, walking trails, and things like that. And we've also got a connection on the top, the northwest portion of this plan. This is actually a really important connection. That is an emergency access only connection that police and fire will be able to use in the event of an emergency. And that connects to High Point Trail. And it's so important because High Point Trail does not have a second point of access. And so in the event of a fire or an emergency in High Point Trail, and their one entrance is blocked, emergency services wouldn't be able to get in. So by connecting into High Point Trail with this gate, we provide that access, and it really provides a higher level of safety for the existing community there at High Point Trail, as well as for this community, because we would work the same way. Should there be a blocked access on Thaxton, emergency services could come in through this emergency access. This plan has already been updated to reflect the 42-unit plan that came about, as I said, as negotiations with the community. The setbacks, the lot widths, all of that came about as negotiations with the community. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, and we can take a look at some of the images. These were the home elevations that we were working with early on. These will be slightly tweaked as we try to meet the community's standards. They are a bit higher than what we've got here, so we're considering these renderings to be the floor of what it is we'll be proposing, and it'll only go up from here. And then the last couple of slides, we have renderings of the green space. This one in particular is shown just for just to show you what we would be offering, because we're not actually looking to put a playground right next to a dog park. There will be fencing between that. It will be split off, but just so that you can see it, we've shown it this way. And then on the last slide, the proposed green space and walking trail. I do want to take just a quick minute to help clarify what's happening with the zoning conditions. Around December 17th, we heard from the community with very specific conditions that they wanted to see us implement into our plan. And we have been able to implement almost all of those into our plan. We presented that at Planning Commission, and Planning Commission recommended approval based on our ability, our capability to work with the community on this. When we received the staff report, we noticed that staff's conditions were a little different than what we had in our community agreement. In speaking with Director McClendon, he instructed me that he included in his conditions what he thought were legally enforceable by the city, but did not include those he felt were not legally enforceable by the city, which I completely understand. However, in speaking with the community, they felt they wanted their conditions included as well. So what I'm proposing this evening is, what I'd like to do is sit down with Director McClendon, the representative from the community, and my client between now and when you have the vote for this matter on the 25th, finalize the conditions, either by agreeing to the 12 that are in the staff report, and then having a separate agreement directly with the community to address the remaining concerns, and then submit that into the public record for you all, just a reference. And just doing that before you have your vote. I'll send it all to all of you when we get it done, so that you have it and you're aware that it has been completed before you make a decision. There is a representative from the community here to speak on this, and we spoke earlier today about this, and I think we're on the same page about our plan, and I hope that she agrees when she comes to speak. But that's all I have for you this evening. I'll reserve the rest of my time, and if you have any questions, I'm here to help.
Ms. Mary has 5 minutes remaining.
All right. Is the speaker against here? All right. You may come forward. You're going to have 10 minutes. You don't have to use that entire 10 minutes. You don't get to make a rebuttal. Please start by stating your name and address.
Hi, my name is Condra McGee. I am a resident of District 2, Old Fairburn Road. And I am speaking on behalf of myself as well as Mr. Richard Allen, who's been our community lead in the discussions with the Battle Law Group. He's under the weather today and is not able to attend. As Mr. Mahoney stated, on January 15th, the Planning Commission did vote to recommend approval of this proposal with the support of the community based on the 21 conditions. That was down from 23, but the 21 is what we had agreed upon. Even there, I think we actually spoke of the fact that the two entities were able to work collaboratively to come up with this agreement based on what we thought was in the best interest of the community in maintaining property values, addressing the safety concerns, traffic control, the aesthetic appeal, et cetera. That list of conditions was also provided to Victoria Young, senior planner, on the day before by the developer, stating that an agreement had been made between the community as well as the developer. However, it was today at 12:34 p.m. that we received an email that had a list of only 12 conditions. Those were presented to us at that time as what would be submitted with the application. Therefore, we were blindsided by the fact that there was this reduction without any explanation, without the opportunity to be able to understand why there was a reduction, as well as, no opportunity to even negotiate and have further discussion. That's outside of the fact that the Planning Commission's approval was based on the original 21. Unfortunately, I guess, as Mr. Mahoney just stated, that the staff, I guess, recommended the reduction. However, in the email that was submitted to us, it said that his client had recommended and requested changes in the number of conditions. So I'm unclear what the motivating factors are behind that reduction, and I guess who's actually kind of driving it. Based on all of the above, I'd like to be able to offer the Battle Law Group the benefit of the doubt, but it's a little bit difficult right now. It seems a little bit like a bait and switch that's happening with the community. I think that as one planning committee member had asked, even on the 15th, what controls do we have to ensure that these are adhered to? If this is the type of actions that we can expect in the process, I'm not sure that there would be any, or that there would be any recourse. So on behalf of the community, we are at this point uncomfortable with moving forward with this, and we would ask the council to agree with us and be opposed to it. And again, maybe there's some additional information. Mr. Mahoney is correct. We did have a conversation prior to this, and we have stated that we will get together once again to have further discussions, but at this time, the community is not comfortable with moving forward with this proposal as is. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McGee. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Mayor and Council, I am not surprised to hear that the community is upset by this. I don't blame them at all. I was able to share the conditions that I received from staff with Mr. Allen. I sent it out yesterday. It came to my attention. He had some technical issues and wasn't able to get it till today. So the reason I'm putting forward this plan is because I don't want the community to feel that way. That's not the way we do things at Battle Law. We work with the community, and we want everybody to be on the same page. Even if the community opposes, we want them at least to know what it is they're opposing. We need to be on the same page about it. And so I'm not happy with the way things lie. That's why I want to meet with the community, with Director McClendon, if we can all sit down together and all get on the same page with what's happening with these conditions. Because Ms. McGee is correct. We did have an agreement. The conditions changed in the staff report, and it was confusing to me. It's confusing to her. I think we've got it figured out. We just need a chance to sit down and talk. So again, I proposed prior to the vote on this, we get together, we sit down, and we solve this, and then I will submit that agreement in whatever form it comes out to be to you all to have in the public record for your vote. And that's all I'll say on that. If you have any questions, I'm here to help.
All right, and with that, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Gumbs.
So, first of all, thank you for your information. This is a little bit out of, how can I find the words to say? I'm normally in the know of what's happening within the district in reference to especially development. And the last communication that I received was, of course, the support. But yet I have not heard from Mr. Allen or the young lady that just came up and spoke. But I don't blame them. I actually blame Battle Law and not including me in those meetings or conversations. And I'm a little taken back because through a recent conversation, I was just told that the 21 conditions were being supported by the community, and now we're here today. So, and even in the communication that you're sharing now, you're saying that you will meet with Mr. McClendon and the community, but I think we also need to meet, and I need to be included in those conversations. I am supportive of you all taking a step back and having a conversation. Possibly there could be some meetings of the mind, but I also don't feel comfortable at this time to, move forward or try to support it. I do want to know what the kinks are, and there were some conditions that I was going to recommend. But knowing this, I'm not sure what the 12 has been reduced to. I mean, the 21 has been reduced to, so I do need to see that. But I would like for us to all meet, including the residents of District 2 and, of course, Mr. Allen, who I do believe lives in District 3, to come to a meeting of the minds and figure out exactly what we're doing here, because we need those conditions to make it make sense. So, Mr. McClendon? If we are able to do a deferral for what's the next meeting? In 2 weeks. So can we do a deferral for April? That'll give us enough time to come to a meeting of the minds.
I believe so.
So what is that first?
We're not making a final decision on this tonight at any rate, so we can.
But it would be the first read. I did see that it was on for a first read.
That's correct.
Okay, so we won't be having a first read tonight, but if we are able to defer that until April the 20, what is that? April the 22nd? The 25th. And then that'll give us enough time to meet with the community, for us to all meet with staff to, is that right? You look perplexed. Oh, March? I skipped 3 months. No, how many months? So it is February. So March the 25th.
You want to defer the first read to March the 25th?
Yes, and for them to, yes, to the 25th. But that will give us time to work out any, kinks that are with this particular project.
Understood.
Okay. All right, so I would like to make a deferral to have the first read on March the 25th, 2025.
I think we would probably have to do that at the 7 o'clock meeting.
At the 7 o'clock meeting. Okay, at the 7 o'clock meeting. May I have a second from?
No, we point of order. We have to take that vote. The first read is on the regular meeting agenda, so we'll have to make a motion for that deferral.
Oh, okay, so just know that I'm gonna make that recommendation. Okay, so I look forward to hearing from you, as well as the District 2 representative that spoke, and Mr. Allen.
Absolutely, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Councilmember, looking forward to it.
All right, the chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Willis.
To the resident that spoke on behalf of Mr. Allen, I'm your council District 3 representative. I see when Mr. Allen called me today, and he called me a couple of weeks ago, and said he was gonna call me back when y'all were going to convene. I never got a call. So, like my colleague, these meetings are occurring, and you all are leaving your council members out of it. Although the project sits in her district, it's literally right across the street where you all live, and it impacts my residents. And y'all been having meetings, and I wasn't contacted and told what time and when y'all were having these meetings. And so I just respectfully ask that you all please include me in the meetings as well, because I also have a vote in this. And I typically work well with council member, we work very well with projects together, and we both have been left out.
Councilmember, I'm happy to invite you as well.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item D, which is case TA 25-001. It's an amendment to the South Fulton Code of Zoning Ordinances, Section 803.10, Public Participation Plan, and report requirements to amend Section B, General Requirements, and Section C, the minimum requirements. Staff recommendations are included in the staff report. The Planning Commission recommended additional conditions separate from staff. Number one, the applicant's public community meetings must be held in the city of South Fulton. The notification radius to be 2 miles instead of 1 mile. Meetings are hybrid, in person and online. The length of days should be 45 days instead of 30 days. And lastly, the change the application to inform applicants that they must have a recorded meeting and recording must be sent to staff. Those are Planning Commission's recommendations. Staff.
All right, thank you. I asked the clerk to pass these out, and I forgot to keep one for myself. But I was hoping that these would be. I could probably speak without it. I had written these a while back, and I was hoping that this would get distributed earlier. So this is a text amendment. Text amendments do have to have public hearings. This text amendment was born from, or I should say this proposed text amendment was born from feedback that the staff received, particularly back in the last quarter of 2024, about our public participation process. And we proposed a few changes to that process. And the reason why you kind of have a memo in front of you, and attached to this memo is some different versions of this ordinance, is because once we wrote this and distributed it, we had some different versions of this that came to us, one from our Planning Commission, one from some members of council as well. And so they're all different. And I wanted to make sure that you all saw the different versions and the different ideas of what people wanted to do with this public participation process, and so that we can discuss what you have there in front of you. So what I tried to do was make it as clear as I possibly could. So I think what I'll do is I'll just start by saying what staff proposed. What we can then do is have the public hearing. We actually received quite a bit of communication from our development community from this. I was expecting them to show up here today with their torches and pitchforks. It doesn't appear that they did. It gave me a bit of a reprieve. We'll talk through it anyway. I do think it's going to be a great conversation. What staff recommended, the changes that staff recommended was that we require that our public participation meetings to be held. We required that the applicant send out their letter of intent, their site plan, their public participation meeting details to all city council members via email at least 30 days prior to the meeting date. We added a requirement that the public participation plan be filed along with their application, and that it include the time, date, and location of their public participation meeting. And we added a requirement that the public participation meeting notification be mailed out a minimum of 30 days prior to that scheduled meeting, and that it be mailed out via first-class mail. And we're also, and it's not specific here, but it's implicit within this, in the language, that this public participation meeting be held at an in-person location. So that was the recommendations that staff had made. And just as a reminder to you all, there are a number of meetings that we do. So there's the CZIM meeting, the Community Zoning Information meeting, We're not talking about that meeting. That's a meeting that staff conducts, that we notice, that we now hold here at City Hall. There's also our Planning Commission meeting this held here at City Hall. That's a public hearing. This meeting that we hold here tonight is also a public hearing. This meeting that we're talking about is completely separate. It is the public participation meeting that is conducted by the developer. They decide where that meeting is held, when it's held, and they send out notification for that meeting. It's a discussion between them and the community, and so we are proposing some changes to those rules. And so the memo that's in front of you outlines what the Planning Commission recommended when we presented this to them, and it also outlines what some of the members of the council recommended as well, and we'll be back to discuss those after the hearing.
And with that, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, we did receive 2 speaker cards in support. Michelle, you're speaking in support. 2 speaking in support and 1 card speaking in opposition.
I do have a presentation. Good evening, everyone. My name is Michelle McCauley. I'm with Gaskins LaCroix. We're located at 3475 Corporate Way in Duluth, Georgia. And I don't have a pitchfork. I'm here in support. The next slide, please. Their public participation and getting notice out to the residents is very important. We've worked very closely with staff to make sure that we get the addresses in enough time to send them out. It's always a disservice to the residents if we have a meeting and the first topic of a conversation is that they didn't get notice. And so we strongly support all the recommendations of staff. Actually, I do have 2 comments, and it's about the Planning Commission recommendations. They have a recommendation that all the meetings have to be held in the city of South Fulton. That is a very good goal. I'm going to give an example that Councilman Sebastian was at last week. We had a rezoning on Ono Road. It's where the yellow star is. We had the meeting at Palmetto Library, which was 2.7 miles away. It's in the city of Palmetto. The next closest location was in Fairburn at the Fairburn Library, 5.4 miles away. The other 2 locations, if we had to have the meeting within the city limits, were either Cliftondale Park at 8.9 miles or Flat Shoals Library at 10 miles. And as you can see from the map, that's not the community that those people live in. We just were asking for flexibility. We want to have meetings in public spaces that have parking and that are safe. So generally that's going to be the libraries, maybe parks. Other than that, it's going to be difficult. We would just ask for the flexibility to have meetings in other cities if it's closer and more convenient to the residents. So that's one comment. The next slide, I guess this Planning Commission is asking that the radius be changed from 1 mile to 2 miles. Let me just say that as the clients that we work with, this is not a burden at all. We will do it. As long as we get the names in advance, we will send out the mailings. What I thought it would be interesting for you to see is that these are 5 cases that we've worked on recently. And depending on whether, like the first one there, Derrick Road, there were 644 addresses. That piece of property sits very close to Union City, so there weren't as many names. If you go down to Jerome Road, that's near Old National, there was 2,608 addresses. That's $1,900 in postage and $400 in printing costs for a total of $22,000. Again, that's not anything that our clients that we work with is a burden to them, but I think it's for the average applicant, if this is a homeowner or a property owner that needs a modification, this is a significant cost for them. And if you were to go from 1 mile to 2 miles, that's going to more than double the cost of that for them. What the Planning Commission is trying to get at is getting more people more notice. And I'd like to just present a couple of ideas that I have. To go to the next slide. This is a sign from the city of Brookhaven and then a sign from Charlotte, North Carolina. they have a QR code that's on their sign. If you click on that QR code, it takes you to a page that gives you the information about that zoning case. I think if you want people to have more information, this is a quick way. We give all the information now to the city. It could be one QR code for all the zoning cases, but I think it's a very helpful tool that could be given to the residents. The next slide, please. So this is the city of Sandy Springs. They have on their website an app that says petitions under consideration. That's very similar to what the city of South Fulton has, but it goes to a map. And so if you click on this, go to the next slide, it brings up the whole, this is just a close up. Yeah, go to the next slide. It brings up a map of the entire city. It shows all the current zoning cases. And then when you click on the zoning case, so as an average citizen, what you're gonna do is you're gonna look for what's in your neighborhood, right? So you click on this, you click on that zoning and see what I have outlined in red. There's every meeting, all the city meetings, and then all the community meetings, and it gives you the address and the time, and it gives you the actual Zoom link for that meeting. So the citizen doesn't have to rely on the card. They can get the link to the meeting on the website. So those are just some ideas that I have to try to get more notice out. Our meeting that we had the other night at Palmetto Library was very well attended. The process worked, but I think there's more ways to get the information out instead of going the radius from 1 mile to 2 miles. That's it.
All right, thank you. That was a great presentation. I'm not sure that qualified as support.
We still have one more. Mr. Reynolds is in opposition. I have recorded. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Reynolds is in support. Mr. Mahoney is in opposition.
Go ahead. Please, no, you're in support. Go ahead, state your name and address.
Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296, District 7. Anytime there's an effort to include the community, we definitely stand by that. And so we are definitely in favor of all the recommendations that have come forth, especially with the planning and zoning's recommendations. I will have to say that the one that the notification rate is from 2 miles instead of 1 mile. This is important because when you do developments, it does not only affect the immediate area, it affects the surrounding areas as well. So people need to be notified, within general proximity of developments that are going on. So I like to see it increase further. But, the 2 miles, I don't think is a big stretch. Also, the community meetings that should be held in the city, within the city, I will also say, well, at least close proximity within the city, because there have been times where meetings have been far away from the residents in which these developments have been proposed in these certain districts. So again, have them within the city, I think, is important as well. And again, at least close proximity. I mean, you don't have to, it's just like the case that was brought up, if there's something that sits right on that footprint, by all means, I don't think that is something that we could overlook. We do have to understand, too, that people want to be engaged. They can't make the meetings all the time. So these things that are being proposed are important. And we talk about the length of days, that 45 days instead of 30 days. If you can give people that time frame, I'm sure that they would appreciate it because people are very busy, and then not all the time they see the signs that are posted. And so these things are very intriguing to the clients, not the clients, but the community. And so lastly, the application that the meeting should be recorded and the meeting should be in person and online. That is essential. Again, people can't always come down here to these planning and zoning meetings or just to wherever the meeting is that the applicant is giving. So give them the opportunity to have it online. It as far reaches more people than not. So again, any effort that can get the community engaged is definitely welcome. And so we stand in support of this text amendment. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Clerk, speakers in opposition.
Yes, we did receive one card in opposition, Mr. Josh Mahoney.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Josh Mahoney. I'm attorney at Battle Law PC, 3562 Haversham at North Lake in Tucker, Georgia. I just have a brief letter to read for you all. As it relates to this, I think Ms. McCauley's points were fantastic. Mine will be very similar. I think what we should focus on here is not how this is going to affect our big developers. I agree the impact to the big developers isn't huge, but this rule will apply not only to big developers, but small businesses and individuals who are seeking rezonings or variances, things like that. And so we need to think about them as well, because these rules will apply across the board. So just diving in here, I'm here this evening, not on behalf of any client in particular, just here in regards to this. Specifically regarding the proposed change from the 1 to 2 mile radius increase, and for the requirement for meetings to be in person. Council, I want you first to consider.
I'm sorry, just a point of order. We have rules for public comment that only allow residents and resident businesses to. Is that correct, Madam Attorney? I'm asking the attorney.
Typically for the public hearing, if it's a business that's affected by the text amendment, what gave me pause is that he said he's not here on any particular client. And so that's kind of what gives me pause in this instance. If you were to state that he was here on a particular client that's affected by this text amendment, then that would be more allowable, but that last comment kind of gave pause.
I have several clients that are doing business in the city of South Fulton. In this next zoning cycle, I think I'm trying to submit 8 or 9 applications.
I didn't write the rules, I'm just trying to make sure.
I completely understand. So no one in particular, but I have several clients who own property in the city of South Fulton. I guess I could say I'm here speaking on their behalf.
Does that satisfy you, Madam Attorney?
It does, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you. So I'd like for us to consider first the potential financial impact for those small businesses and individuals that will come about as an increase to that mailing radius. As a quick example, I've had one client who submitted 3 applications, separate applications. The notice requirement alone on just those 3 applications came out to $9,866.64. This is an upstart developer, so that wasn't a pretty big impact for him. If a individual were to try to absorb that type of pricing would be cost prohibitive to a citizen or a small business. And that's not something I think we want to encourage, especially if someone is trying to bring a new business into the city. Having to abide with this would be or could be difficult for them. So the in-person meeting requirement, this is a little tricky. For the reasons Ms. McCauley stated earlier, but also with increasing the radius from 1 to 2 miles, we start to it gets uncertain as to how many people we can really expect to show up. We've had meetings where we've invited folks from a mile around and we've had 10 people show up. We've had 80 people show up. Increasing it to 2 miles, we might see upwards of 300 people show up. We don't know. That number of residents are being invited to these. And so we need to be able to plan where we're going to have these meetings, especially if they're going to be in person. So do we get a library or do we get a small stadium? We need to know that in advance. And it's hard to do when we have no way of verifying how many people are going to show up. As Ms. McCauley stated earlier, there's limited venue availability in the city, especially if we confine the meetings to the city. And then lately in Atlanta, there's been some snow. There's been weather-related events that have caused the cancellation of some meetings. The spread of RSV, the flu, norovirus, these viruses that are going around and potentially causing cancellation of meetings. Have we thought about how we go about that if we've sent out 2,000 notices for a meeting and then we have to move it? Do we have to resend out 2,000 more notices and then to notify that we're canceling, and then 2,000 more to reschedule? The cost is kind of compounding in a situation like that, and it seems to be happening more often than usual. Some ideas, a hybrid meeting approach, so perhaps requiring the initial meeting to be conducted via Zoom or some online platform, allowing pre-registration so that we have an idea of the number of people that we can expect to come out to a follow-up meeting. After that initial meeting, we could then maybe reach out to those folks who are within 500 to 1,000 feet of the property, because those are typically the people that are most impacted by a development. Leveraging the existing CZIM meeting is another option. The city already has this meeting, and maybe we could increase the notice for that meeting to get more engagement there, rather than shifting it to the pre-public hearing process. And so with that, I would just ask you to consider these options and weigh the cost and benefits of increasing the radius as well as requiring in-person meetings. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. There are many speakers in the queue, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Linda B. Pritchett. Whoever has their mic on has to turn it off for Linda to speak.
Mr. Mayor, can I just call the queue, because it looks like, I actually don't know what's going on with that. So I had in order Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, Councilmember Sebastian, Councilmember Willis, Councilmember Gomes, Councilmember Rao, in that order.
Okay.
Thank you. What happened is I went in the queue and then I switched the screen on my computer and then it knocked me out. So I kept clicking the button. I clicked it like 3-4 times. And I'm sure that it happened to other council members. So thank you for these presentations. Here are some of my concerns. The first concern is that I do think that a 1-mile radius is sufficient and appropriate. It is the legal requirement, and going beyond that is just an absorbent cost. Whether the developer has a big project or a small project, it's a cost issue. Some of the council members have expressed their concerns around the fact that when things are mailed, people don't receive them on a timely fashion. I have pointed out many times that the U.S. mail right now is just not reliable when it comes to sending out first-class mail. My recommendation, and this is a recommendation that about 3 or 4 developers that I have shared this with, is using Every Door Direct, because it has a tool that it's through the Postal Service, but it goes out to every mailbox and it goes to mail routes. So although the city does provide the list of addresses to be mailed, this tool from the Postal Service does have the map, and it does identify the 1-mile radius mail routes for people to receive this. If you drop it off at the post office today, it'll be in the mailbox tomorrow. So it's an effective and reliable tool. We have even used it in our city when we have sent out notices about our sanitation program. From the first year where we did it one way and people didn't receive it, and then the next year when we did use it, the cost is significantly cheaper and people received it. So that's just an option to use. I do like the idea or what Sandy Springs is doing. And that was a recommendation that I made in our initial conversations about this, where if we can allocate some space on our city website that people can just click and go to find out where these projects, the development projects and zoning hearings and public participation meetings are being held. That way you have one place that you can always go to find the information. So I do think that that's really important. I do like the idea of the hybrid because we had a public participation meeting scheduled the same day that the snowstorm was coming. And by having the Zoom option, the meeting is recorded and people still get to participate and you don't have to reschedule meetings. So I do think that that's important. So those are my recommendations for dealing with this public participation issue. I do hope that we start getting these notifications when these meetings are happening so that we can communicate with the developers. I've had a lot of positive interaction with developers, and how they schedule this. And it's also helped to put this on social media and allow us to include this in our newsletters. That helps also increase the participation. I know that people in surrounding districts or adjoining areas want to participate, but you can't make everybody happy in this process, but you can certainly try to reach as many people as you can without putting a burden on the process overall. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Reginald, Director McClendon. I have a question because I think going over staff proposal, and this was mentioned by several council members about using other notification channels besides the mail. And we just heard what Council Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett said. But emails don't cost anything except the time that a person put it together. I don't know what level of emails that we would have for people, but even if it's a few that you have, you can send it. So I don't know if staff never considered using emails. That was my first question. Did we consider having email as a part of an option?
Yeah, so we're working towards that. We've working with the IT department. We've just gone out and procured a tool that we're going to use that's going to allow us to collect phone numbers and I believe emails for us to have a notification system. We're going to have some, I believe, some training and some setup on that soon. People are going to be able to opt in and opt out of what types of messages they want to receive. And what we're hoping to do is throughout our comprehensive plan process, which, by the way, we're starting our public meetings on those, I believe, on this upcoming Tuesday. We'll start collecting that information from our citizens and plugging it into that system and asking them what types of messages they'd like to receive. Now, the issue with that becomes if I live up here close to Fulton Industrial Boulevard and it's a project that's going on all the way out in District 4 next to Palmetto, I might not necessarily be interested in a public meeting that's going on. So we'll have to figure out how that system is going to work so that people aren't getting over-notified, over-communicated with on issues that don't necessarily concern them, specifically with these public participation meetings.
Thank you. That's also very important, the over-communicating to residents. The other issue for me is something that was mentioned about the meeting locations, and the presenter was right. It's a difficult thing sometimes, especially in an area like mine, to find a place that works well for the citizens. I can tell you, people in District 4 have complained about traveling from one end of District 4 to the next. So I can tell you, it's a problem to travel some of these other long distances. So if you all haven't considered this, I would like to see us consider getting staff to approve the meeting notice if it has to be outside of the district. You know, it could be a simple email stating your case saying, hey, it's better for me to have the owner road meeting in Palmetto Library, because it's literally around the corner, versus coming to Cliftondale or Welcome Hall. And staff would say, good, and that goes to be part of the records. So until we can fill in the gaps around the city with some of these other facilities that we're building, I think that would be something that we should and could consider.
Understood. And I'll say this, technically, we approve all of the meeting locations. We generally don't disapprove any of them unless it's egregious, and that doesn't happen very often. Staff specifically did not recommend that all meetings be held within the city or within a distance, a specific distance from the project, just because it's very hard to come up with a one-size-fits-all solution for our city, just based on the way that our borders are. But we certainly understand that we want to keep these meetings within as close proximity to the project as possible.
Thank you, sir. And one comment I did get was, can we improve on the quality of the stands for the signs? Because they're saying, we have to go back and put those signs back up so often as residents, because those signs seem to fall every day. So I don't know if we can do something about that, but that's the feedback I got recently.
When we made them bigger, I told y'all that there was going to be there's a cost benefit with the signs. They're gonna, there's a sign redesign on the way. Now that we're here in one location, we're going to be able to do something very nice with the signs.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Helen Z. Willis.
Thank you. I do think that we need to make sure that developers are notifying council members when they have their meetings and when projects come into the city. Is there a way that you can put a requirement that developers notify CDRA of the development meetings as well, so that you all can post the information online and send the meeting notice out to the entire council?
Well, what the current development, so what we're asking them to do is put the meeting location actually in the application. So as soon as we get it, we'll know where they're proposing to have that meeting. If they have to, and we can approve it at that point. If we need to make any changes, we can make changes very early on in the process. And then what we're asking them to do in our version of this legislation is we're asking them to take on that responsibility of sending you all an email with all of that information. And the reason why we're asking them to do it is for this reason. One, we already communicate with you all a lot. We send you the CZIM notices, we send you the Planning Commission notices, and so we want it to come from them, so that the hope is that when you get it from them, perhaps when that hits your inbox, it might spark that, oh, this is coming from this developer. This is probably a notification of this public participation meeting. And then the second thing is we're asking that they send that to you at least 30 days in advance of the meeting itself. That way you can get it into your newsletters, you can get it to your constituents far in advance of the meeting, so that hopefully that they can come together and prepare, and that if you have any questions for staff, for the developer prior to that meeting, then we can address those.
So I would like no stones unturned. So I would like for them to notify not only the council persons, but I would like for them to notify staff you said they're doing it in in the application, and I think that you all should put that information on our website under development meetings so that we can always have no stones unturned. Let me give you a real perfect example of what I recently have gone through. I was cold called by a developer for development in my district I knew nothing about. And they told me that they were in the process of setting the community information meeting up at Walkmore Park, but the development is actually on the side all the way over on Cliftondale. So I asked, well, we talked to our staff about trying to make sure that you all do these meetings in close proximity and in the city of the project. So I suggested that they look to a space or ask could they use a local church that was closer to the project. And they said yes. They said staff recommended that they come over to Welcome All Park. But that's on the other side of the district of where this development is. And so that's not really giving residents, that live in the area near development, that's not really convenient for them. And so what I am asking is that no stones be left unturned, that we take a whole comprehensive approach. Yes, they put the onus on them to email us and let us know they're doing this. They're doing development within 30 days, 30 days prior to the meeting, but they also should tell you all what you said you are requiring them to put the proposed location in the application, and then you all put that information on the website. Like, we're all in this together, and we got to make sure at the end of the day that we do everything possible to make sure residents are updated. And when I talked with you earlier about this policy, I was even going as far as saying that, maybe they should pay us to mail out the notices so we can make sure it's done. But you all asked that I pull back from that and let you bring recommendations. And so, I am willing. And then I also said, well, maybe we need to hire somebody, admin staff that will be responsible for mailing out these notices. You all wanted to pull back from that and bring these recommendations. I'm supportive, but I do think that we should take a comprehensive approach. The developer notices need to be somewhere online so we can point residents. And so, as a matter of fact, I am going to make that motion. Is it proper for me to make the motion? I'm going to make the motion that you update this to require that developers not only notify us 30 days in advance, but that the CDRA staff, once the location is confirmed, that information is placed online for residents. That's a motion I have on the floor.
Madam Attorney, is it proper to entertain motions at this time? All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's take that vote in the queue.
Yes.
Can I ask in what time frame that information would need to be placed on the website?
So you asked them to, you asked them to notify us within 30 days prior to the actual meeting, correct? Is that what you're requiring?
Yes.
And so they should be notifying you that same time, correct?
We should know prior to that.
Okay, then, so I would say within, as soon as you all get it confirmed, because you're gonna know it before we do, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So you should, as soon as you get it confirmed, put it out there. And I think you should email us too. I think you should put it out there and email the entire council, just like you email everything else. Huh?
Placing it on the website.
Placing it on the website.
But it's the whole thing.
Huh? I don't do that. So can do you all mind if I clarify my motion? Because it seems like it's some confusion around. Oh, wait. Okay, she said, the motion is down at the bottom. See where it says motion placed on website and email council. Like, we're gonna get two emails. We're gonna get an email from the developer and get an email from y'all too. No, it don't exist. We don't know anything when developers come in. Okay, so it's, my colleagues are asking to hold my motion until we get all of them. Okay, I'll do that. I'll withdraw my motion. And I'll hold it, so you all want me to make it at the end when, what? Okay, all right. But if you could record, is it proper to ask the clerk to record the motion that I want to make at the end? Clerk, can you record that I'm asking for the developer notices to be placed on the website and email the council when development comes in? Yes, 30 days. 30 days prior. Thank you. Because it's the staff recommendation. Okay, thank you. I yield.
The chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Gums.
Okay, so I definitely agree with the website, looking at Sandy Springs website. I think that will be a great help to what we are trying to do and make it a seamless process. I'm gonna ask you this, how quickly can we get something like that in place?
I was just about to say, I hope that the Public Affairs Department and the IT Department are listening to this, to this website conversation, because that,
We want you to be able to
I went
do
to
your
school for a
job.
long time, and not one day of it was about computer science. I have no idea.
Okay, well, I think that would be a great recommendation, because I was just on here playing with it, and it looks like it gives everything that we possibly need. I do have a question in reference to the virtual meetings. I'm seeing two different things. Is it saying that it's and or, because normally I believe we have better attendance in these zoning meetings on virtual, but what if, a developer wants to have a face-to-face? Do we have criteria surrounding that, or did it just say, hey, instead I want to do, a face-to-face meeting? Is there a requirement?
So I'll start by saying this. It's important to remember that I think we are technically about 4 years and 11 months out of the beginning of the COVID emergency. Prior to that, all of these meetings were in person. All of our meetings were in person. So none of this virtual meeting existed. We're trying to go back to in-person meetings as much as we can, or as much as makes sense. But now everybody, we all feel like virtual meetings are our birthright, and maybe they are. But we
Birthright.
perhaps so. But so I just say that to say these meetings had been held in person, and I believe, and Michelle will probably be the better person to answer this question, but probably during in the Fulton County days, these meetings were held in person as well. The ordinance itself was not written for virtual meetings. So now what we had just asked developers to do was to go back to what was originally intended in the ordinance, which was to do in-person meetings. If we want to allow virtual meetings, then I would ask that we place specific language into the ordinance to allow for virtual meetings. If we're going to specifically say you can either do in-person or virtual. I would like for us to make that point. Or I would like for us to, if we're going to say hybrid, and they have to have an in-person option, I would like for us to say that. But whatever we're going to do, I just want us to be clear in the language.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that to your attention because that's what I see. I just see virtually. So I didn't know if they had the option to pick and choose if they wanted to do, in-person meetings. So I guess you'll be able to, Attorney Kelly will be able to provide that language around if we'll be able to do in-person meetings as well, or a hybrid. And then when we're still talking about virtual meetings, how are developers, are they required to take attendance? And I did see something that was proposed about recording, but I didn't see it on the planning staff recommendation.
They are required to take attendance. They're required to give a public participation plan report, which basically means they're required to tell us what was shared at the public participation meeting and what the feedback was at the public participation meeting. And so we required that report prior to going to Planning Commission. That public participation plan report goes into our staff reports that we present to Planning Commission and to you all as well. And so I believe what we didn't address that specifically in staff recommendations. The Planning Commission recommendation was that in addition to the meetings being required to be hybrid, in-person, and virtual, that the meeting would also have to be recorded, and the recording of that meeting would have to be sent to staff. And I don't think we would specifically have to do anything with that recording, but they would have to send it to us.
So will we have to put language around, does the ordinance speak to recording virtual meetings? Or will we have to put some language in there?
We would have to put that language in.
Okay. And then, my last question is in reference to the signs being bigger, but is there a way that we can make them color coded based off of the zoning? You know how, I think what other city is that where they have like maybe an orange sign for?
So that, based on the zoning, probably not. That's gonna, I don't think there are enough colors in the crayon box for that. We're gonna color code the signs based on the different requests, as far as whether it's zoning or special use or variance.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that, but as far as the specific zoning district that's going to, we'd run out of money.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I yield.
The chair recognizes District 1, Councilwoman Dr. Rao.
Thank you for recognizing me. I think we've all said it. We like the Sandy Springs website, but I do have questions about record storage and retention for these hybrid meetings, virtual meetings. We would be required to store that, correct?
Probably not, because we have to remember that this public participation meeting is not a quote-unquote meeting in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. This is a meeting that the developer is holding with the community, so it's not something that I think would fall under a retention plan. Now, if we're gonna if the purpose of it is for us to get a recording of it and for everybody to see what happened at that meeting, then I would think that there would be a space for that recording on our wonderful new website that you all are designing right now in your minds. But I don't think we would have to keep it.
Well, I just want to make sure we cover our bases on that. And then I think one of the things we should do, while developers may want to use public spaces, I get that. There are other venues in our city where meetings can be held, and we need to maybe compile a list by district, because I was taken back that one was from my area, it was in Mapleton, and I was like, what? So I do think a comprehensive list should be provided of places across the city. It's events, facilities around the city, they just gotta pay. Yeah, if churches do that, I don't, depending. But I just think some basic, of course, the public facilities, libraries and the like, but I also think venues that are event halls would be ideal as well. And then as it relates to the campaign, I said what they use for campaign signs, they are very hard. The wind won't blow them over. I think that is the appropriate, that hard plastic would work for the zoning.
They're also much smaller too, though.
Huh? You can get them bigger. If you need a resource, I can tell you, you can get them big as you want them. I'm just saying. And I think that really covers it, and it doesn't necessarily have to be in the, I just think it would be more efficient based on the things I'm sharing. Thank you. I yield.
All right. Next for the second time is Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
I just wanted to make sure that the items that staff recommended were included in that motion. That's all.
Okay, I think the motion is withdrawn, so
Okay.
make a new amended motion.
Okay.
All right.
So I think on that point, I don't think we're voting on this tonight. There are now kind of different versions of this that are floating around, so I don't know what would be the best way to move forward, but I think council should probably move forward with whichever changes in writing that you feel should be voted on, and probably present that at the next regular meeting, I would think. Just as an aside, but we're not voting on this one tonight.
All right. You're fine? Okay, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I just had one more thing to add. When developers have virtual meetings, can we put a provision to say that comments are prohibited from being disabled? Because we had some developers that cut off residents or disabled comments and prevented residents from being able to speak. And that did not allow for proper resident participation. And I'm saying they're allowed to, facilitate their meeting orderly, but I do think it's unfair for them to just have a meeting virtually, and then they talk and they prohibit residents from speaking to disable the comments. I have seen that, and I won't call that developer out, but I've seen there's one particular developer that does that consistently, and I think it's totally disrespectful to the community.
I would agree. I think in the versions of this ordinance that I attempted to put together that allowed for the virtual meetings, I did include language that said that the teleconferencing technology had to permit all attendees to be able to communicate with the applicant and with each other. So hopefully that would cover that concern.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the queue. I do have a few things. Thank you, Dr. Rao. I think you made a very good point. I was looking at the Ono Road location, and I don't know, perhaps you can tell me, Councilman Sebastian, what facility inside the city limits is within 2 miles of that? So I do think that might want to be, we might either want to increase it. I was looking at the Fire Station 6, although I don't know if you want to have a meeting there on the night like tonight, but Fire Station 6 is about 3 miles away. So we might either have to increase the distance or allow, particularly for some of these edges of our city that are just almost peninsulas, In other places, we might want to consider allowing meetings to be held there. And the second thing is, Mr. McClendon, please come back, please come back. My question is, these notices these notices are only required for zoning variances and modifications and rezonings. Is that correct?
And special use permits.
And special use permits.
Correct.
But, so in 2021, as a councilman, I found 4 or 5 townhome developments of over 50 homes that were being built with no notice to the community because they did not require a rezoning. That concerns me. I don't know if it concerns other people. I think that when someone comes in and clear cuts acres of land and puts up dozens of homes, especially when it's on a plat that was approved, I don't know, in like 2002 by Fulton County, our residents should know about that, right? I was shocked. I was living at the time in Pine Tree condos, and in Creel Walk, just behind me, they had extended the street and built about 60 new townhomes. I didn't know anything about it, and I was right next door. And there was no sign because no sign was required. I do know that in the city of Atlanta, whenever they have any kind of land disturbance of substance like that, people are required to give notice. And I would ask my colleagues to consider, I can't make a motion, we're not taking motions tonight, but I would ask all of us to look at when people are, I don't know if we say if they're doing a land disturbance for 3 homes or more, right, that we have those developers provide notice and not just piggyback off some pre-existing thing without giving notice. Did you have something, Madam Attorney?
Just briefly, we have to be very careful when it comes to developers and not opening up things for like tortious interference with the business contract and things of that nature. If our ordinance doesn't specifically prohibit it, then we can't add on things that aren't there in the statute for them to abide by. I do think it's probably an opportunity for them to communicate with the public, but to add on additional obligations that aren't consistent with our ordinance would open us up to some serious issues.
Right. While we're rewriting our ordinance, is that something that we can add into our ordinance for the future? I know we can't retroactively apply it.
We can if the council supports it. I mean, you can add an ordinance amendment, but that would be up to the council to vote up or down.
All right, thank you. Well, I as has been said earlier, I know that it has been an issue on at least one side of town, so I will write the ordinance, or I will work with you to write the ordinance and council can vote it up or down. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is executive session if necessary.
All right, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Point of order, or point of information, point of clarification, whatever you want to call it, whatever. Point of information. Would it be okay for us to go into the 7 o'clock meeting since we're like 34 minutes behind and then do executive session afterwards? What? Okay, that was my point. I just wanted clear information.
So perhaps I could entertain a motion and then we could go into discussion and council can make a decision about what they want to do.
Oh.
Is there a motion to go into executive session at this time?
Mayor, executive session is going to be pretty lengthy tonight. So I would ask that we go ahead and
Okay, I hear you. As chair, I'm asking, is there a motion to go into executive session?
No.
Seeing and hearing none, I will. Seeing and hearing none, if I'm allowed to chair the meeting, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the special call zoning used for alcohol license zoning public hearing. Second.
All right, it has been properly moved and seconded. I'm going to ask for a vote, and then we will reconvene for the regular meeting at 7:45. All right, the queue is open.
Man, so we're voting right now, just so that you know that we are voting to just adjourn. That's what to adjourn this meeting.
Okay, so we're going to start the next meeting immediately. No one needs a break. We're going to start it immediately. Okay, that's fine. The chair, the queue is open. We're taking a vote to adjourn. Okay, we can just do it by show. Okay, there we are. All right, this meeting is adjourned. I call to order the. Thank you. I call to order the 7 o'clock regular meeting of City Council. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
This is the roll call for the City of South Fulton City Council regular meeting for February 11, scheduled for 7 p.m. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present. Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7. Honorable Mayor Khalid. Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
Next item on the agenda is invocation by the city chaplain. You will please come to the microphone.
I'd ask that everyone touch and agree with me as I give the invocation. Eternal God, our Father, we come to you today with hearts full of gratitude and hope. We thank you for the gift of another day, for all the blessings that you bestowed on us since the last time. We lift up those in need who are suffering from illnesses. Father, please heal them. Those who are struggling with hardships, those who are facing uncertainties and fears, grant them your comfort, your healing, and your strength. We pray for our leaders, that they may have wisdom and compassion as they guide us. Help them to make the decisions that are not only just, but fair, and promote peace and understanding among all people. We pray for our family and friends that we may be surrounded with love and protection. We especially want to remember the family of the slain officer in Fulton County, the Roswell City Police, and I do believe his name is Jeremy Labonte. He will be funeralized on tomorrow. And as I end, we pray for our communities, that they may be places of safety, opportunity, and belonging. Help us to work together to build a world where all people are valued and respected. And we pray for ourselves, that we may be instruments of peace and love in the world. Help us to live with kindness, humility, and courage, and to always seek your will in all that we do. And I say amen, amen, ashe. And finally, since it is Black History Month, I leave you with this. In 1926, Mr. Carter G. Woodson was the first to introduce Negro History Week. And Negro History Week over time transformed into what we have now, which is Black History Month, which was passed by Congress in 1986. Let us live up to the expectations of those whose shoulders we stand upon. Amen.
Amen. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Thank you. And that brings us to the proclamation presentation for this evening.
Not disrespect our veterans like that. When are we supposed to do the Pledge of Allegiance? This is the USA of America.
I pledge allegiance
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 4, proclamation presentations. We do have one this evening. It's a proclamation presentation honoring Mark Baker Jr., and this is presented by Mayor Khalid and the full council.
All right, so it is Black History Month, and here in the blackest city in America, we make history every day. And I'm going to ask Dr. Baker to come on up, former council member and two-time mayor pro tem, only two-time mayor pro tem in our city's history. We're going to read a proclamation about his amazing seed now, and I'm going to ask to join me in reading the proclamation his fairy godmother, Keosha Bell, and the District 7 Mayor Pro Tem, Linda B. Pritchard. All right, whereas the City of South Fulton, Georgia acknowledges Mark Ebony Messiah Baker Jr., a senior at Woodward Academy, an emerging scholar within the South Fulton community and the broader diaspora, and whereas born and raised in South Fulton, Georgia, Mark Baker's parents, Dr. Mark and Joy Baker, instilled in him the set of morals, ambition, and discipline needed to demonstrate exceptional academic talent, where in May of 2023, he became one out of hundreds to make the 2024 cohort of the Veritas Debate Institute, a pre-college Saturday school where he learned a variety of college-level survey courses such as philosophy, political science, sociology, and economics, culminating with an international summer residency debate program at Harvard University.
That's cool. And whereas after successfully completing the Veritas Debate Institute and graduating with the class of 2024, Mark personally went on to become quarterfinalists in the international debate as a team, they secured their 7th consecutive victory at Harvard University against students across the world. And
And whereas after his Harvard residency in August, he was hired as a teaching assistant for the Veritas class of 2025. Drawing on his alumni status and his debate success at the Harvard Debate Summer Tournament, his moral responsibility to his community currently guides him every Saturday, yes indeed, to assist the next cohort of Black and brown scholars in fostering the tools they need to compete at Harvard this year. With his youngest sister, Smiley, Marley Simone Baker, being one of the accepted into the group at only 12 years old, and whereas Mark is the founder of Smart Spark Tutoring, which seeks to bridge the gaps and enhance the learning process and focus on all educational endeavors for students of all ages throughout the city of South Fulton and the broader collective on all fronts, culturally, socially, scientifically, and politically, and
whereas a member of the Woodward Academy graduating class of 2025, how do you have a senior? He has discovered his passion for social activism, rhetoric, civil discourse, law, and argumentation, and currently has his eyes set on world-renowned schools such as Harvard University and Princeton, with several acceptance offers, letters rolling in daily as he plans on majoring in political science. You are needed, sir, on a pre-corporate law track as the picture is still being painted. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council do hereby proclaim today, February 11th, 2025, as Mark Ebony Messiah Baker Jr. Day in the city of South Fulton, Georgia.
Thank you. I appreciate this honor. I prepared a few words. So thank you. I was sitting in the pews of Mountain View Baptist Church with 7 classmates from the Veritas Debate Institute when Dr. Cornel West said, when teachers genuinely love and care for their students, they reinforce their self-confidence, love, and sense of possibility by telling them how brilliant they are, even when the student themselves can't see it. He contended that when a teacher calls a student to do something brilliant, his words perfectly captured my transformation from a student to a scholar in the Veritas Debate Institute after finding my voice. While a student may possess the knowledge, a scholar is someone who applies that knowledge to the broader collective. While a student may have potential, potential means nothing until it is nourished by a community and a mentor. So I appreciate this honor being recognized by my city. In traditional schools, we often are deprived of such nourishment, and it makes it difficult for students who are not given resources to reach their full potential. So I have to attribute my success to my family, my dad, Dr. Mark Baker, my mom, Joy Baker, my little sister, Marley Baker, my grandparents, my grandma who's watching, and also my family from the Veritas Debate Institute, because Harvard is it's a crazy place when you're the only Black and brown students walking around the campus. So I had a family and community and brothers and sisters there who stayed up late nights with us as we worked on debate cases. So also my mentors in the Veritas Debate Institute, Mr. Brandon P. Fleming, Ms. Thomas, and I appreciate this honor. As you guys heard, I started tutoring. A tutoring program is called Smart Spark Tutoring, and I wish to take the knowledge, take the resources, and pass it down from teaching assistant to the city of South Fulton. So I appreciate this honor. If you wish to sign your kid up or sign your kid up for tutoring such as philosophy, rhetoric, debate, just build the muscle of free thought as well as academic success, then you can find me on my Linktree, Mark Baker Jr., or you can email me, Smart Spark Tutoring. But I appreciate this honor. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you.
Mom and Dad, come get in this picture.
You can find them at
District 5, Mary Ellen Burnett.
Everyone look right here. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations, Mark.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to the public comment portion of tonight's agenda. We have received a few cards, actually 2 cards, requesting to speak this evening. Prior to calling the names, I will read the rules for public comment into the record. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, and federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. To ensure the opportunity for all of those desiring to speak before the city council, there is no yielding of time to another speaker. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comment to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. As I call your name, please approach the center mic and state your name, address, and the agenda item that you are referencing tonight. And Mr. Mayor, I don't think any of these items are on the agenda, but we have public comment cards from Michael T. Williams and Patricia Wise.
If there, the council has passed these rules. If they do not want to waive public comments, then if they're not about the items on the agenda, we have to move forward with our agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
The chair recognizes.
Forget.
All right. Please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, that brings us to council comments.
All right. Let's start in reverse order tonight with Mayor Pro Tem Linda Pritchett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Chief Meadows and his team for helping me host the 2 town hall meetings that we had, public safety town hall meetings last week. And also want to give a shout out to our Chief Municipal Judge, Michael Sheridan, who also came in, as well as our, the Director of Code Enforcement, Mr. Mohammed, who also participated. We have a Slow Your Roll campaign, and it's basically designed to get people to slow down and be mindful of their driving habits. We showed a video that explained a lot of the fatalities. I believe we had 50 fatalities last year, and 1 is too many. So when you see the police, and they're going to be very visible, just know that this is not about a quota. This is about your safety. So thank you, Chief. Also want to give a shout out to Public Works for helping me host the recycling and shredding event we had on Saturday. I know many of the seniors really appreciated it. They came by the most. And so these are the type of initiatives that the city puts together, just to help you out, help you get stuff out of your garage, help you not have to bear those costs. I know that people have been talking about concerns related to data centers and the issues about the high power usages and power outages that this creates. And so I am excited to know that the General Assembly is actually addressing this issue, and Senator Chuck Hufstetler has introduced Senate Bill 34, where the General Assembly is trying to actually take the rate setting process out of the Public Service Commission's hands. Because what happens is when the data centers use an increased amount of power, then they try to trickle down those costs on residents. And as we've seen over the years, that everything, well, I'm not going to talk against you, Georgia Power, but a lot of the things that Georgia Power tries to do, the cost comes down on us. And they recognize that this is not fair. So they had a Senate hearing last week to prohibit the Public Service Commission from charging utility rates that trickle down to us. So that's very positive. Pay attention to that, Senate Bill 34. I'm really excited about the fact that this is being addressed. Back to public safety, thank you also, Chief Meadows, and your team for putting together Project Lifesaver, which is a device that was purchased by the police department for people who have dementia, autism, so that you can track them, you can find them. So thank you for Project Lifesaver, and there's more information on our city website that talks about how that works. Also, good news for residents in Melanie Manor. Thank you, Dr. Cooper, for looking into this, but we engaged in a contract to install 6 additional lights in Melanie Manor, which is an area predominantly, the residents are predominantly seniors, and they've been complaining about how dark it is in that area. So we can expect to see some lights installed by April the 2nd. And I appreciate you also, Public Works, for going out there, assessing the situation, and putting all this in motion. And this is how you see your tax dollars at work. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I'd like to start by once again thanking all of my volunteers who dedicated so many man-hours in 2024, particularly those who come out very early on a Saturday morning, about 8 o'clock, to unload the truck from the Atlanta Community Food Bank and then spend the rest of the afternoon helping to distribute that food to those residents who are in need. It was my honor and my privilege to take a couple of hours on Saturday to give back to you, and thoroughly enjoyed, even though I couldn't participate, thoroughly enjoyed watching all of you enjoy yourselves. And so I cannot say thank you enough. Obviously, it's not enough to compensate you for your time, but it's not any thank you, I believe, is always welcome, because we do not recognize our community members who volunteer for us enough when they come out and give of themselves. I do want to remind everybody that on February 22nd will be the District 6 monthly food giveaway at Krill Park. Please, if you know somebody who is in need, obviously there's a lot going on in the world right now, and with prices on everything going up, I anticipate that there will probably be even more need this year for these food items. So please do pass the word to anyone you know to come out February 22nd at 10 a.m. to Krill Park. We will be there distributing food along with our community partners, the Zeta Phi Beta sorority, Phi Beta Sigma fraternity, veterans, the South Metro Chamber, 100 Black Men, and the Economic Empowerment Committee and the Ubora Foundation as well participate in that. On March 3rd will be a District 6 Town Hall meeting at New Life Presbyterian Church. This is the town hall meeting that you all requested in the community because you wanted more information and more understanding around code enforcement, how things get processed, why things take so long to get processed. And to that end, I do want to ask that those members of the community who live near and around Foxhall Lane North, the house that you all have been blowing me up about, they will be in court on February 26th, I believe. I'll double check that. Yes, I'm being told, yes, they will be in court on February 26th. And so if you are interested in being there in person for the disposition of that case, please come to court on February 26th. I'm certain that Judge Sheridan would be interested in hearing from you, the community in the Foxhall Lane North area about that particular house. So yes, I know that that has taken a long time to get us to this point. We had a good bit of difficulty in locating the owner so we could serve him. We did finally get that done, and he will be in court on February 26th. And finally, I want to congratulate my LS, Merlin Knight, who has recently been appointed to the Fulton County Citizens Commission on the Environment. His appointment was confirmed at their meeting on February the 5th. Yeah, come on, come on so people can see you. Don't hide in the corner. I keep telling y'all we're doing sensational things in the 6th District, but yes, his appointment was confirmed on February 5th. It is a 2-year appointment, and I have no doubt that he will represent the city of South Fulton amazingly well as part of this commission. So thank you, Merlin, not just for being an amazing legislative aide, but also being so committed to the district and to the city for all of the things that you do. Is that all I've got? That's all right. I yield. UPS, oh yes, the UPS store. The UPS store is open. They had the ribbon cutting. Thank you for that reminder. So there's a UPS store in the Kroger Plaza at Old National and Flat Shoals Road. It's in between the beauty supply store and the tax preparation space. So it is tax season. You know, we are going to be, if you don't do your taxes electronically, and it looks like we're not going to be able to do it this year, but please do, you know, they're shutting everything down left and right. So if the website doesn't work, if you need to help with your taxes, I've got tax preparation, and you can go right next door to the UPS and drop it in the mail. And with that, is there anything I missed? Y'all know I'm sleepy. Okay. With that, I yield.
The chair recognizes District 5 Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. Just want to take a moment and thank our police department, code enforcement, everyone that has been involved in all of the community work that each council member is doing, specifically Lieutenant Wyatt, Chief Meadows, for always being here and being supportive in our district, but for all of the wonderful accomplishments that you've done with helping to decrease the crime rates, specifically in District 5, but specifically amongst the Old National Corridor. We've seen a lot of improvements more police presence. So thank you. When we talk about quality of life, we talk about safety. We want to make sure that our families are safe, we're safe, and also our children are safe. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Definitely want to thank all of our seniors who came out Saturday for the Soulful Senior Bingo. It was a full house. Want to take this time to thank my colleagues, Councilwoman Williams Brown, Councilwoman Gomes, and Councilwoman Willis for being there and your support. And my other two colleagues, I know y'all were completely busy and at funeral services, but nevertheless, thank you all for coming out there. Want to take this time and thank WellCare. WellCare was a sponsor and provided some of the gifts that were given to our residents. In addition to Councilwoman Gomes came with bags of goodies and prizes. So again, this was all for our residents and our districts. A lot of our residents, specifically our seniors, had asked about senior bingo because they've had an opportunity to participate in multiple bingos throughout our city. So this is a great time to spend time with our seniors, love on them. And we had a lot of games of bingo. So we gave over 20 plus prizes away. So again, I just want to thank you all for coming out and thank WellCare for being our sponsor. They will be sponsoring many more events in District 5. Just a reminder for our Parks and Recreation, we do have at Burdette Park on every first and third Saturdays, Saturday school. So this is the time that students are able to come out, receive assistance from either current and or former or retired school officials. So bring your kids out. You can drop them off. It's normally at Burdette Park from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. We are focused on making sure that our kids are equipped with the skills, the math, the science, the arithmetic. And so we want them to be successful in schools, especially as we prepare for the Georgia milestones and the state tests that are coming up. So please, if your children are having any type of needs for further educational assistance, please bring them out on first and third Saturdays at Burdette Park from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And then my last point is again, as a reminder, we have the 4 all-black Girl Scouts troop 3802 that is housed at Burdette Park. I love these ladies. They are inspiration. They are motivation to me. But we are planning our Cultural Awareness and World Thinking Day, which is scheduled at Burdette Park for February the 22nd from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. That is the time to come out where we're taking a moment to reflect not only on Girl Scouts, but people all around the world. And so you will have an opportunity to engage with not only our Girl Scouts, but some delegates from near and far. You'll be able to taste some wonderful food. It's a free event. We encourage each and every one of you to come out and support our young women, our Girl Scouts within our city, and definitely taste wonderful cuisines from all over the world. And so this is in conjunction with our Girl Scouts. This is all an event that they have been planning. And World Thinking Day started in the early 1926. And so it's moving and it's progressing. So please join us again, February the 22nd from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. at Burdette Park. Thank you, and I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to say thank you to the residents of Ono Road and Hobgood Road in that area that came out to Palmetto last week to that zoning case hearing, for giving your honest and open feedback and just remaining respectful through the process. I really appreciated how you guys conducted during that meeting. I also want to give a big shout out to our police department. We got Project Lifesaver off the ground. I believe it was this week or sometime close. And I for one, I'm pretty excited that we have finally been able to do that. Chief Meadows, first time I talked to you about the idea that we discussed within the community with that family. You guys went to work. It's just taken some time, but we have gotten it done. And for, we don't call his title incorrectly. He's Major Williams now, right? Is it Major Williams? Captain. Oh boy, he's gonna kill me. Captain Williams, who kind of spearheaded that effort as well. It is something, if you do not know about it, you need to go and Google the articles. Project Lifesaver, City of South Fulton. Because it looks after the vulnerable in our community and provide a well-needed service. You know, there are two families that really spurred me and gave me the energy to move on to do something to help protect some of our innocents. Also want to say congratulations to Mr. Doug Stoner, who recently got appointed to GDOT board for our state. And why am I talking about GDOT? We have all of these roads in the city of South Fulton, these state roads that seem to have these issues on them. On Friday night, I was at the corner of South Fulton Parkway and Highway 92, and while waiting at the light, 4 cars got into an accident right before me, and one of them burst into flames. I mean, we cannot emphasize to our residents anymore that we need to slow down on these streets out here. That particular corner, in my estimation, is too dark. As a matter of fact, while I was literally standing there, someone made a left turn and came into the lane that would turn left into Union City. They were going up the lane with traffic coming towards them, and they had to ride across on the median. So I'm looking forward for us as a city to work with our state officials, continue that work, and our District 6, Congressional District 6 Representative, Mr. Stoner, on some of these issues around the area. Thanks to the AKAs, the Alphas, and the Pearls That Work Inc. for partnering with me to put on what is going to be one of a couple of different projects we'll be working on together this year, our first senior experience, and that's going to be on February 19th from 12 to 2 p.m., and that's going to be held, the address for seniors, by the way, it's in my newsletter, but in case you want to get to the location, it is 7580 Springboks Drive in South Fulton, or you can go to our website, follow us on social media, all the information is out there. Then I want to just jump over a little bit to April. April, 2 of my favorite events happening in the district in April. One, it's Fire and Ice, where we teach kids about fire safety in partnership with our Chief of Police, Jones, and his men and women to teach kids about fire safety. And also mark your calendars. On April the 19th at Wilkinson Mill Park, starting at about 11 a.m., we'll have the 4th annual Autism Fest. Thank you to Director Turner and those that are partnering this year to kind of take that festival to a higher level. People come from several counties around on that day to see what we have to offer while we create a safe space for our kids. And one of the things that we plan in addition this year is to actually have an egg hunt for the kids who are going to be there. So again, thank you guys, and God bless you, and I'm looking forward to continuing this great work in the city of South Fulton.
District 3 Councilwoman Helen Z. Willis.
I'm not gonna be long because I know y'all want us to get on with this meeting so y'all can go home. I want to congratulate all of the fire recruits that were sworn in on last Friday at Walker Park. Welcome to the city of South Fulton, and congratulations again. I want to congratulate the young ladies that were crowned here in the city of South Fulton at our inaugural Miss City of South Fulton pageant. We had a great turnout. We had a good time. I want to thank Councilmember Gums because she was one of the judges, and we had some diversity in our crowning. And Miss South Fulton will probably come next council meeting so that we can honor her. Miss South Atlanta was crowned, Cicely Jackson. Miss Fulton County, Tatinda Ramu was crowned. Miss Fulton County Teen, Savannah Bassett. Miss City of South Fulton, Anta Niji, and then Miss South Fulton Teen, Gracie Hutchison. All of these young ladies will move on to compete for Miss Georgia in June. And so I am very excited for these young ladies, and they all have received scholarships to continue their education. Our next Miss South Fulton pageant will be in November. Stay tuned, and we will be on a November cycle from now on. We will not have any more pageants in February. We will be on a November cycle. We had to have it in February so the girls could compete in June. We will have our District 3 Town Hall meeting on February 20th, 2024 at Walkmore Park at 6 p.m. And we will have a report from our Public Works Director on our upcoming Public Works projects in this District 3. And our Park Director will be there to speak on the capital improvement projects in our parks throughout our city. And then our city manager will be there to give us an update on capital improvements and budget. So please make sure that you all are in attendance. And it's not only for District 3 residents. This is universal information. I want to thank Commissioner Marvin Arrington for working with me on through last week. We had a medical emergency at Eden Church about a week ago, and ambulance services, the response time has been an overall issue in South Fulton, and he has been helping me work through the issue along with Chief Jones, and we kind of got to the bottom of what the issue is. We're going to meet internally, and then we're going to work to have a town hall meeting. And I want to thank Councilmember Gums because she's been helping me on the issue too. It's a complicated process and a reason, but we are going to work with our service provider in this region, Grady, along with our city manager, Chief Jones, to make sure that we get timely responses, not only in our city, but in our region. Thank you for coming out, engaged residents, and I just wholeheartedly want to thank all the residents that have reached out to me by way of email, text, and phone calls. Thank you for your support. I had no intentions of going viral and didn't even know I was viral until someone woke me up one morning and said, my nephew from Miami, who's at University of Miami, called me and said, Auntie, I saw you. And I just want to thank you all for all of your support for this entire council. I have not been able to return all the phone calls, respond to all the emails, but I just want to say thank you. Thank you very much for your support, your love, and encouragement. And you will hear from me at some point within the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
The chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Gums.
Thank you for recognizing me. Happy Black History Month. I have a few things that I just want to share. Again, I've been receiving a lot of questions in regards to House Bill 581. So I do want to thank the city manager for providing that thorough memo and update during our work session today. So thank you for that, and hopefully it's recorded and that the residents can go back and look at it and if they have any questions. Also, too, there is Councilwoman Pritchett brought this information up in reference to data centers. There will be a data center neighborhood meetup at Welcome Park on February 13th at 7 p.m. This is an opportunity for residents to learn more about data centers, which is becoming a thing in South Fulton. I know there's been a lot of questions, but this meeting is being led by a resident, Miss Wanda Mosley, also Georgia Wan, and Georgia conservative voters, conservation voters. So if you all are wanting to learn more about data center, I've been also receiving emails from residents. I think it might behoove you just to go and see what that's about. Also, too, in reference to Cliftondale, as a reminder, the parks are all underwent a community listening session in January 2022, which helped shape our parks master plan. Since 2024, Cliftondale Park has been undergoing renovations at a rapid pace. We're actually about to start renovating the community house. But I also want to remind you that the Cliftondale, it looks good. Thank you, Director Turner, if you're still here, and your team and facilities. and Greg Dyson as well. The Cliftondale Canine Haven, it has been the talk of next door. It is like absolutely fabulous. I cannot wait to take my little doggies out there. But it looks absolutely amazing. I know we're waiting for a few more tasks to be completed, so I'm asking residents to have a little patience as we get to allowing our fur babies to go to this little classy dog park in District 2. So hopefully we'll have all of that tightened up, and by early spring, you all will be able to have your dogs out meeting other neighborhood dogs. Also, too, wanted to kind of give an update in reference to Butner Road and Camp Creek intersection. I appreciate the community's input and their patience. It has been a long journey. So ensuring the safety and improving traffic flow has been my top priority. Also, too, I'm excited to have the new GDOT representative. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a meeting with them very soon. So we'll be able to transfer ideas and some concerns that we have in South Fulton. So I wanted to make sure that residents know that we are not overlooking Butner Road and Camp Creek. We are doing our best to escalate these projects and get them together. I know we're growing very fast, but again, we are doing what we need to do to make the community as safe as possible. And then also, too, I want to thank PD for doing a great job with the Slow Your Road campaign. You know, that's my thing, and Councilwoman Pritchett stole my thunder, but I love that Slow Your Road campaign because people need to slow down in South Fulton, and we are on the mission of trying to save lives. And lastly, I'm going to talk about the Senior Sweetheart Ball. That is this coming Friday at 11 a.m. at Eden Ranch. We have gotten phone calls. We have gotten emails. The event is sold out. I erroneously put it in my newsletter and I took out that it was not sold out, but I just want you all to know that if you don't have a ticket, it may be very hard to get in. You all have also called the property. I've gotten phone calls from the owner at Eden Ranch that seniors are calling the property because they want to attend. So all I can say, there might be a fire capacity, but if you show up, just know. Maybe somebody got sick, I don't know, but we'll see what we can do. But it is a fire capacity, and we will have nice firefighters on site to help escort. I see you smiling at me, Dr. Cooper. Okay, but just wanted to let you all know that because I absolutely made a mistake by putting it back in my newsletter today. But if you want to learn more about what's happening in District 2, I do ask you all come dressed and impressed for that event as well. Our colors are black, gold, and red. So we will have an amazing time. And my last thing as well is that there is an entrepreneur summit and expo called Empower Her. I saw this, and this is being put on by the Old National District, and it has a lot of our residents that will be on the panel. I would like for you all to make sure that, you know, we communicate this because I want to see our community really support this expo and summit. So again, that will be on March 6th at the Crestwood Event Center. And again, like I said, we have a lot of local residents that will be on the panel. Amazing women, because of course March is Women's History Month. So a lot of change makers that will be on there to help teach you how to elevate your business. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. And at this point in time, that is all that I have. And I'll yield.
The chair recognizes District 1, Councilwoman Dr. Rao.
Good evening, everybody. A couple updates. I want to encourage everybody to come out for the Community Development Plan engagement meeting, which will be held on February 18th, which is next week. It's at 6:30 p.m. at Sandtown Rec Center. Please come out and learn about zoning laws and participate in the process to determine how we're going to look over the next 20 years. I want to thank the Sandtown Lions coaching staff and team for awarding me with the Public Service Award at the Police Parks Town Hall and the grand opening of the Park Rangers office at Sandtown Rec Center last week. thanks for recognizing the work and my commitment to making sure we have quality parks. I want to encourage people to take advantage of the stage play, Jaja's African Hair Braiding. It is at the Southwest Arts Center. It kicked off today and it runs through March 9th. Tickets are on sale. If you don't get updates about all the great activities at the Southwest Arts Center, I encourage you to sign up for their newsletter, subscribe so you get updates on all the programming that's available. The spring class registration for Southwest Arts Center is now open, and you can do that online or in person through March 13th. In addition, the Black History Film Festival is being hosted at the Emma Darnell Cultural Arts Center, and the film screening will be from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Fulton County South Annex. That's being put on by Commissioner Marvin Arrington. I encourage you to take advantage of that. And the South Metro Development Outlook Conferences will be held on February 19th at the Georgia International Convention Center. I want to encourage our small business owners in the city to take advantage of that conference. It's packed with information about the trends in terms of growth in South Fulton County. But they also have added this year a program from 2 to 5 for entrepreneurs to sharpen their skills. And last but not least, I want to thank everybody who came out for the celebration of life for Reginald Tatum Sr. The family thanks the city of South Fulton and the community for their outpouring of support and love. It was standing room only in that church, and so thank everybody who came out for that. And that concludes my comments.
All right, thank you. Will you pull that up and just skip to that one slide, please? Next, 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 next. So much easier when I can control these myself. I'm not going to belabor the announcements. I'm just going to tell people if you want to sign up for the mayor's newsletter and mobile alerts, everything that was covered in that slide presentation, many of the things that you heard tonight, you can text news to 55444. Again, you just text news to 55444 and you'll be all signed up. Thank you. South Fulton forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, sir. That brings us to Roman numeral 7, approval of city council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes from January 28, 2025, work session minutes, January 28, 2025, and the alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, January 28, 2025.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes as sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Vote is open. That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the adoption of the council agenda. Mr. Mayor and members of council, I do wish to bring to your attention a correction to a resolution on the consent agenda, which is request council approval of a resolution establishing the City of South Fulton Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee, identifying names of appointees to the steering committee. There were 2 names left off of there, which was Karen Norris, representing District 5, and Sarah Elizabeth Langford, representing the Economic Development Department. So, okay, I'm sorry, District 6. Yeah, we had Greg Baylor. So it's Karen Norris representing District 6 and Sarah Elizabeth Langford, the Economic Development Department. Those were left off of that resolution. Also, we have 3 appointments to the Veteran Advisory Committee. District 2, Councilmember Gomes is recommending for appointment Ruth Webster Lewis and Robert Davis. Councilmember Williams Brown is recommending Felix Brown for appointment to the Veterans Advisory Committee. Those are the additions and corrections that I had.
All right, I'll entertain a motion. All right, can I entertain a motion and then we do discussion? All right.
I move to approve. That sounded.
It's been moved and seconded. We're going to District 1, Councilwoman Rao for discussion.
Don't the appointees for that comprehensive plan, don't they have to be residents of the city?
Coming before us now is CDRA Director Reginald McClendon. Okay, there was one person that was announced who is a resident of the city of Atlanta. So that we'll just have to get another person. How should we, Madam Attorney, move forward? Do we need to strike that person from the record before approving?
So what needs to occur, there needs to be an amended motion striking her and then approve the amended motion as sounded.
Or do we need to withdraw this motion to make an amended motion, or can we just make an amended motion?
You could just make an amended motion.
I'll entertain an amended motion.
I amend my original motion to strike Sarah Elizabeth Langford from that appointment.
The Planning and Steering Committee. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's just take this vote by show of hands. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was in the queue.
Can someone, people are saying they're in the queue. Mr. Clerk, could you pull up the queue? All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums.
So are we doing, I have quite a bit of amendments in reference to donations, declaring donations, and then also to events. So are we going to take these motions separately?
Well, right now, we're on the consent agenda. You can't add
Oh,
anything
I
to
thought
the
we were
consent
on a-
agenda.
Yeah, if I may correct, I was only stating the resolution is already on the agenda. The names were left off of there, so I was just correcting the record to say these names should be on there. So there was never a motion, so.
We have a motion, right? There's a motion on the floor right now, and then an amended motion to approve the consent agenda. Is that not where we are?
No, we're at the approval of the regular adoption of the agenda. Yes.
Adoption of the reg. Okay, Madam Attorney.
So to the clerk's point, and then I believe Councilwoman Gums wasn't finished speaking, to his amendment to the consent agenda to add the names, the amended motion to amend what the clerk was doing would be appropriate. He was just correcting the record and adding the names, and Mayor Pro Tem was correcting his correction and striking the name.
We're in a quagmire of Robert's Rule, so I'm going to ask that we just vote on this amended agenda, and then we can go to the next set of, items that people want to add, remove, or whatever to the agenda, but so that we're clear on what we are voting on in this moment, are there any other comments about the current amendment on the floor to remove Miss Elizabeth Langford from the Planning and Steering Commission? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Yes, I was in the queue.
You've just been recognized.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to stop me. This is the steering committee, and I thought the steering committee is supposed to be comprised of residents and stakeholders. Am I mistaken? Like, this is the steering committee, and historically, our steering committee, when we did comprehensive development plans, a lot of our plans were comprised of residents and stakeholders. So with she being appointed as a stakeholder, she is on the Fulton County Development Authority. She is aware of what could be possibly developed throughout city of South Fulton from a Fulton County Development Authority point of view. And so I just don't want us to just exempt her when are we not allowing stakeholders to participate in this part, because we're going to end up in a situation we were in where we're just doing a comprehensive development plan from our lens and not a comprehensive lens.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Willis. If you could, give me a second, let me take a look at the Department of
Right.
Community Affairs rules and confirm whether or not members of the steering committee have to be a resident or not.
Thank you.
While he opines on that, I'll entertain a motion after Dr. Rao to table this motion until we have an opinion from Attorney McClendon. Dr. Rao?
I would like to add March 20th.
Wait, I'm sorry,
For this is amended the regular agenda, right? No?
no,
Okay, all
we have a motion on the floor that the CDRA director needs to opine on. And so right now, I'm entertaining a motion to table that motion. We can't move forward until we dispose with the motion. Is that correct, Attorney? So if we could, I'll entertain a motion to table the amended motion.
Motion to table the amended motion.
Second.
Listed by, I think it's Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's just take this by a show of hands. All right. And so I'll entertain a motion to add events.
Okay.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
I would like to add March 20th as a backup date, maybe March 27th for a screening with Grady Hospital, The Power to Heal at the Southwest Arts Center.
Are there any other events? Yes. The chair recognizes Councilwoman
March
Gums.
20th.
Yeah. Yes, somebody let the mic go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm adding, March the 10th, 25, a senior health day with Guru of Abs and AARP at Sandtown Park at 10 a.m. And then also to be announced in October 2025, the City of South Fulton gun buyback in conjunction with the police department.
All right, any other event additions?
What she needs to put it on record.
All right, seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
All right,
And
I'll entertain a motion for whatever else.
I just need a point of clarification. I am being advised that the donations and just having them listed for the Senior Sweetheart Day Party, I do believe that we're waiting on a link for payment, but I needed to declare the payments of what they're anticipating to be. So I didn't know, do I use this meeting, or no, in reference to that? I just want to make sure that I'm clear because I wanted to declare the funds that have been slated for this particular project. And I was advised that I needed to put that on record. But it is my understanding that that is not so. So please advise.
Sure. As we tackled the donation policy back in December, we did make an exception for the holiday season because there were so many donations coming to the city and because the donation policy was newly rediscovered. The typical process is you fill out the donation form first. There's a letter issued by the person making the donation detailing what the donation is and if it's a conditional or unconditional donation. Then once it goes to finance, then it comes before the council for approval or disapproval. Now, in this case, because your event is coming up so quickly, it would be up to the council if they would want to make an exception to the policy. But typically, the way that the policy works is there has to be a form filled out accompanied by a letter from the person making the donation before it comes to council.
I would like to move that we make an exception to the policy in this instance because we won't meet again before the sweetheart. But I would ask that the form is completed and at least sent to the city manager for her review and approval. Can you do that? Will you be able to do that? Oh, sure. Okay. At least sent to the city manager, send them through the city manager for approval. So that's my motion.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? The chair recognizes our city attorney.
So because there is a benefit directly to Councilwoman Gumb's district, she can't be the one to second the motion. Someone else would need to second it.
So, Mr. Clerk, from what I saw, we were in the middle of a discussion, and the queue looks like it's still up, and so I think it was Councilwoman Gums that spoke, and then Councilwoman Bell is in the queue, but she did not get a chance to speak. A motion just, you're saying a question outside, so we're at the point for the vote. Am I correct? Or is there still discussion?
Yeah, there's a motion and a second, and
There's any discussion? Is there any discussion? Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, please call for the vote.
you want to take it by hand or in the system?
We can take it by hand.
All those in favor? The motion is to. Got it, okay. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion was approved 7-0.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, next item. Or, no? Okay, so.
She has to declare what the donation is. We just voted to let her.
Understood.
Okay, I am declaring donations that will come to the city in regards to the Senior Sweetheart Ball. Commissioner Marvin Arrington's office will be making a $500 monetary contribution, as well as Centerwell Primary Care will be making a $1,000 monetary contribution. WellCare will be making a $1,000 monetary contribution. Community MD will be making a $500 monetary contribution, as well as Comcast will be doing a $250 in-kind donations and gift and prizes. Is that it?
So at this time, the council would have to vote to accept those donations.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to accept donations as sounded by Councilmember Gomes.
Having been seconded, is there any discussion? Mr. Clerk, can you call for the vote?
All those in favor of the motion as presented? All those opposed? That motion is approved 7.
Mr. Clerk, if you can call the next item.
Well, we were waiting on
tabled
Mr. McClendon regarding.
Did we table that?
We tabled it, so.
So we can just keep going. Oh, Ms. Subadan? Okay. Mr. McClendon?
If we want to bring it off the table, we can address it, but
I will entertain a motion to bring my motion off the table.
So move.
all right, so I reviewed the rules. It appears that the individual in question.
Wait. Excuse me. You moved and seconded, and then, okay, discussion. And he's, okay.
Thank you.
Wait, okay. So, okay, that's what I thought. So Mo- Moved, second, and now we have to vote to take it off the table. Mr. Clerk, call the vote.
All those in favor of the motion as presented? All those opposed? The motion is approved 7-0 to remove that item from the table.
So I did review the DCA rules, and the individual in question is one of the organizational appointees, not one of the council district appointees, and so that individual does not have to be a citizen.
So, as I made a motion to strike, then I will entertain a motion to amend my amended motion.
I would move to approve Sarah Langford to be appointed to the steering committee for the comprehensive development plan as an appointment of the Fulton County or Development Authority. It is a economic development.
So moved in second.
If I may. I just wanted to remind the council that this was the adoption of the agenda, so we were voting to add these items on to the agenda to set the agenda. And typically, we vote at a later time, but the way we're going now, the motion is to adopt the agenda. So we're adopting the agenda and the items at the same time, it appears.
We shouldn't be doing that.
Right. So we're voting to add it to the agenda only?
Yes, we're voting on the amendment
Right,
to add it to the agenda.
right.
Okay.
And
now-
that motion included the three, District 2, two people for District 2 Veterans Committee, the one for the District 6, and then Karen Norris for District 6 and Sarah Langford for Economic Development. That was all included as sounded for the motion. Just want to make sure for the record.
Okay, so it was moved. We have a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's call the vote, Mr. Clerk. Any discussion? Who would like to be recognized? Councilwoman Gomes.
So based off looking at the agenda, it doesn't look, you struck your motion in reference to Ms. Langford, right?
No. Councilwoman Councilwoman Willis just amended my amendment. So she's back on.
Okay.
Yes.
Because technically, if you, and help me if I'm understanding it, does it come off if she just repeals her motion and does she have to add her back on, or we just keep it as, it's on the consent agenda?
Right, exactly.
So I'm just trying to figure out how we streamline it and not do all of that.
So because Mayor Pro Tem is now the presiding officer, she can't make a motion or strike her previous motion, which is why Councilwoman Willis had to amend the amendment to put Sarah Elizabeth back on. So because she's the presiding officer, she can't make a motion to amend or to strike her previous motion.
So it goes back on to the regular agenda instead of the consent agenda, is what I'm trying to get at.
Mr. Clerk, do you want to clarify this again, please?
Yeah, my original intent, the legislation is already on the agenda. Typically, if there was an omission or error, we can correct the record just by, stating for the record that something was omitted. And so it's already on there. It's a piece of legislation. It just needed those two names added, which is typically under the purview of the city attorney and clerk to make those type of corrections. But, since a motion was formally made and it was stricken, I would say, in my opinion, definitely deferring to the city attorney, that, to be clear, we just add it to the regular agenda and vote it up or down at that time.
So at this time, we have a motion on the floor.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, I think the quickest way to do it would just be to strike the motion altogether, have the clerk resound what the addition is within his purview, and then move forward, as opposed to adding it to the regular agenda.
I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Clerk, release your.
Can you? Oh, okay. I just moved to strike my motion. Lord.
Any discussion? Mr. Clerk, please. Okay. You removed your motion. No discussion. Can we take, Mr. Clerk, take a vote on this item? Can you restate the motion?
Yeah, from my understanding from the motion that Councilmember Willis just stated, that she's striking her original motion, which was removing Sarah Elizabeth Langford from that legislation. And that she is back on there along with Karen Norris.
Okay. Seeing no discussion, can we call for a vote?
All those in favor of the motion as stated? All those opposed? That motion was approved unanimously, and I think to clear the record up, we would need one final motion to approve the agenda as amended.
And I will entertain that motion.
Release the mic. Okay. I move that we approve the agenda as amended.
Seeing that we have a second, is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Clerk, will you take the vote?
All those in favor of approving the agenda as amended? Anybody opposed? That motion was approved unanimously 7-0.
Mr. Clerk, will you call the next item?
That brings us to alcohol license rezonings, variance, and modification cases for motion and vote. First case is a request council approval of a zoning resolution, case M24-013, an application by D.R. Horton, care of Michelle McCauley, requesting a modification to remove condition 3C from zoning case 2006Z-0033 to provide a 50-foot setback measured to the outside limit of the 20-foot landscape strip on the detention pond located along the west property line at 2685 Jerome Road. It's located in District 5.
I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as sounded.
Seeing that it was moved and there's a second, is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Clerk, will you call for the vote?
All those in favor signify by a positive sign. Those opposed? That is approved 7-0.
Mr. Clerk, will you call the next item?
That brings us to alcohol license application. The application of Purple Ocean Water LLC, doing business as VVS Restaurant and Lounge, has applied for an alcohol license for the consumption of beer, wine, and distilled beverages at 6175 Old National Highway, Suite 340, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349. This request is due to the change of ownership. It's located in District 6. Staff recommendation is approval.
I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve alcohol license application for Purple Ocean Water LLC, doing business as VVS Restaurant.
Second.
Seeing that it was moved and seconded, is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, can Mr. Clerk call for a vote?
All those in favor of the motion as presented? Any opposed? That motion was approved unanimously 7-0.
Mr. Clerk, will you call the next item?
Next item is the alcohol license application. The applicant for Lost in DeSalt's Kitchen LLC, doing business as Lost in DeSalt's Kitchen, has applied for an alcohol license for the consumption of beer, wine, and distilled beverages at 5307 Old National Highway, Suite 340, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349. The request is due to a new alcohol beverage license. This is located in District 5. Staff recommendation is approval.
I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve, please.
Being properly moved and having a second, is there any discussion? Being no discussion, Mr. Clerk, will you take the vote?
All those in favor? Is there any opposition? That motion is approved unanimously, 7-0.
Mr. Clerk, will you sound the next item?
That brings us to the consent agenda, items A, B, C, and D.
I will entertain a motion. Mr. Clerk, will you release your microphone?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Being properly moved and second, Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
All those in favor?
There you got on me last time about that.
Is anyone opposed?
Please sound the next item.
That motion was approved unanimously. Next item is under agenda items, Roman numeral 11, procurements and contracts. This is an item request council selection of Cedar Grove Community Center project design rendering option, and the rendering option number needs to be included in the motion.
I move to approve this item with option 3 as was described in the work session.
Being properly moved with a second, is there any discussion?
Second, he didn't have it released and it didn't register.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Mr. Clerk, will you call for the vote?
All those in favor? Is anyone opposed? I understand that vote to be an affirmative. That motion is approved, 7-0.
Mr. Clerk, will you sound the next item?
That brings us to item B under administration. Second read and request council approval of an ordinance to amend chapter 3, dogs and cats, title 18, animal control, by adding a new section 18-3005, seeing eye, deaf, and service animal dogs of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia. This is sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
I will entertain a motion.
I motion to approve with a very short discussion.
I'm listening. No, I'm listening for a second. Can you release your microphone?
Briefly before it's put on, there's an amendment that needs to be made to what's in the portal at the moment. So I just want to make sure that the council is voting on what your intention was. There's 2 amendments that need to be made. One, the first amendment is adding the misdemeanor portion of it, that a violation would be considered a misdemeanor with a fine up to $1,000. The second amendment that needs to be made is that the mention of the term facilities will adopt the facilities definition as sounded in the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Discussion. I can't go in
okay.
the queue.
So,
I mean, are you recognizing the queue?
can you release the mic, Councilman Willis? Thank you. So if there's discussion, you can, does this not work? Is our software not working? Okay. Is anyone in the queue? Would anyone like to speak to discussion?
Well, point of order.
What is your point of order?
This is my measure, so typically when...
Understood.
Okay.
So you would like to speak, to be recognized? Okay,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Willis.
I appreciate that. A lot of times we do ordinances and we don't have any type of ramifications if our ordinances are violated. So this is typical of if someone violates this ordinance, they can be cited by and then that they will have to go before the municipal judge, and the municipal judge can fine up to $1,000. Is that correct, attorney? Okay. The other thing is, right now, the city of South Fulton is pretty much left in a vulnerable position without this policy, because most government buildings, most companies have no no animals required with an exception of service dogs or service animals, and that's protected by ADA. And without this, emotional support animals in Georgia are not recognized or protected. Am I correct, attorney? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot this.
Does somebody else have their mic on? Oh. So yes, according to Subtitle C of Title III of the Americans with Disability Act, emotional support animals are not covered under the Americans with Disability Act, but service animals are. I don't want to hijack it. There's a discussion that needs to be had about the inquiry, so I'll leave that to your direction.
The other thing is, without this being in place, if anyone is violated by any animal here in the city of South Fulton, we could be in a liable position. And so that's why you see in most government buildings and most companies or most businesses, you see no animal policy with the exception of service animals. And so I would ask, do we need to give our city manager some time to erect signage throughout the city of South Fulton before we put this in? Because I don't want to us to vote on this and then it becomes a policy and then staff doesn't have enough time to. I want to give them time to order the signage and erect the signage. So my question will be to the city manager: how much time do you think you need? Because I can ask that we put some type of reasonable time period in here to give you enough time to work with staff to get the signage ordered and erected.
So I'm going to ask for 90 days on this one. We do need to train staff as well. We have lined up training with ADA training. And so between ordering the signs, erecting the signs, and doing the training, 90 days I think would be reasonable.
With that being said, can I want to restate my motion, if you don't mind.
The mayor is the chair. He's present.
I would like to
Knock it out.
Okay, I want to amend my original motion and restate it to approve this policy, and I want to put a provision in the policy that will allow for to go into effect within 90 days of adoption.
I do want to just add that it's also adding the two amendments as sounded.
I want to add the two amendments as well, and then have this policy go into effect 90 days of adoption.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Yes, I see an entire queue. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Thank you. This question is for Attorney Kelly. So we are mandated by federal law to deal with service animals. Is that correct? Oh,
Yes, that's correct. Section 36-302 spells out the mandate for dealing with service animals.
So is this a restatement of that? I mean, I heard a criminal penalty, which I have a problem with, I will say. What is the stipulation in federal law to deal with somebody who would be non-compliant? I guess that's my question.
So as written, there's not a criminal provision federally. And I've looked at what other jurisdictions are doing. Georgia, as a state, also does not have a criminal provision. California and Florida do have a criminal provision. They do make it a misdemeanor to violate this form. But kind of leading to what I was mentioning before about the inquiries, it does make it very difficult to prove the veracity of an accusation that someone is violating this, because you are only allowed to ask two questions. One of the questions is this, it says in subsection 6, a public accommodation may ask if the animal is required because of a disability and what work or task the animal has been trained to perform. A public accommodation shall not require documentation such as proof that the animal has been certified, trained, or licensed as a service animal. And generally, a public accommodation may not make these inquiries about a service animal when it's readily apparent. You also cannot ask what specific disability, and you also cannot ask for the animal to perform the task that it's been trained to perform on demand. So given those restrictions by the federal law, it's very difficult to prove. There aren't any elements really to prove for the misdemeanor aspect. So.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
So essentially, are you saying, I guess I'm trying to understand. Let me back up. So there's no distinction between the emotional support dog versus the service dog? Is that what you are implying? Okay, help me.
There is a distinction between a service animal and an emotional support dog. However, according to the restrictions laid out by the Americans with Disability Act, you could only ask those very specific questions. If someone were to, let's say, hypothetically lie about their emotional support animal being a service animal, you are only allowed to ask those two questions. And unless you find out some other way, some definitive proof that they are lying, then that would be the only way to really enforce the misdemeanor provision of the proposed legislation.
So technically, they don't have to have any documentation that, you know how some of the animals, because I love dogs, but if they have the coat, the badge, do they have to have those in order to enter the building, that type of thing? And we can't ask questions?
No, they are not required to have a vest. They're not required to be registered. They're not required to show paperwork that they've been trained as a service animal. And we can't ask that they be required to according to the federal law.
Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for recognizing me. This is something that I'm kind of torn in between with this ordinance, specifically because I've worked with individuals with disabilities and have worked with individuals with disabilities for over 10 years. And there is a difference in service animals, but there's also a difference in emotional support animals. And I remember last year we did a free 2-week camp with individuals with disabilities at Burdette Park. And specifically, one of our residents and students has an emotional support dog. For various reasons, a disability is a disability, whether it's physical, mental. We have a community that is comprised of individuals with disabilities. And so this is I'm not comfortable with this, seeing that I service and we do a lot of autism and a lot of different festivals here within our city as it relates to dogs. Now, I'm personally not a dog lover, but I respect individuals who may have a disability that may need either a service animal and or an emotional support animal. And one thing when we're presenting this ordinance, we cannot ask certain questions. So if I brought a emotional support dog, you would not necessarily know if it was a service dog or not. So I just want us to consider when we're making these types of decisions. We have kids in our district that participated in our camps that do have emotional support dogs, and we have to be we have to be inclusive of all people. What I don't want to do is start adding a fine for parents or a fine for any of our kids that this may apply to. And at the end of the day, again, we have individuals with all types of disabilities. So I just want us to make sure that we look through this, that we have the right stipulations, we have the right guidelines in this ordinance, because what we don't want to do is offend anyone that may be residents within our district. That's my opinion. That's from my expertise of working with individuals with disabilities of over 10 years. So again, I'm not comfortable with this, but I did want to add that, again, this is a city that's inclusive of all people. And we have to consider that when we're talking about pets, dogs, emotional service animals. And we understand, as you mentioned, under the ADA, it does recognize service animals, but not necessarily emotional support. However, we have individuals who have disabilities who need those emotional support animals for various reasons. So let's make sure that we're considering that and we're moving forward and not being discriminatory towards individuals within our city that we already support and are receiving services and programs right here within our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Bell. Dr. Rao, this is your second time? Okay. Councilman Willis, this is your second time?
Yes, it is. And so what I want to do is I want to withdraw my motion. I want to hold this. And I, on the way here, spoke with Department of Justice about the situation, and I'm getting some conflicting information. What I am sure about is that emotional support dogs are not protected. And this is not about being discriminatory. This is about protecting the city. And so while our city manager has said on several occasions she's allergic to dogs, I'm allergic to dogs. And when we have orientation, employee orientations, it's not fair that, people have to be subjected of with dogs licking their feet. Doing and the very employee that happened to is sitting right here in this building right here, and I don't want to call that employee out, but that employee was scared of the dog, felt violated, and we could have been liable as a city because we don't have any protections. That's why when you go in any government building, you see signs posted that says no animals. We want to be accepting to everyone, but we are not protected by emotional support dogs. If anybody gets sick because they're allergic to dogs and we don't have any provisions in place, this city is liable. So for me, I take a prescribed allergy medicine in the daytime and a prescribed allergy medicine at night. So if a dog is brought in here and I'm allergic to it and I have some type of reaction in this city is liable. If the dog if somebody hyperventilates because they are scared of a dog and we don't have any provisions in place, this city is liable. So what I want to do is bring a subject matter expert that can speak to ADA, emotional support dogs, and because I did get some conflicting information from what you stated, then I know you were very thorough, Attorney Kelly, so I'm not okay. So what I want to do is bring somebody here and bring this to a work session, and so that we all can discuss our parameters around it. But this is not about I'm doing this policy because of an individual, but this is about protecting the city from lawsuits and from people feeling violated. And bottom line is, people should not be subjected to have to deal with animals they don't want to in a professional environment. This is not abnormal. We were in Fulton County building yesterday and they had no animal signs posted all over that building with the exception of civil service dog. We are an inclusive city. Before most of the people that's sitting here on this council, that was a resolution that we adopted but we can be inclusive, but not at the expense of our taxpayers. And so we have to make sure that we are protecting the city from being liable, and we have to make sure that we are protecting the city from employees, because that employee who's violated doing a onboarding, it was not fair that her feet was licked. It was not fair that she was subjected to that. It was not fair, and it could have been a big deal. And Ms. Subanan, thank you. She did address it. It's not fair when we have concerts and the person who's over security says they don't want the dog on the stage, and they're cussed out because they're asked to remove a dog. It's not fair that if I go to a retreat and I'm eating my breakfast and somebody brings their dog up to me and asks them to give them my bacon. That's not fair. So I just want to make sure that we are protecting the city from anything that we could be liable for. And so I'm removing my motion. I think this should go back to the work session. We should bring in a subject matter expert that can speak to us about ADA violations and what we can and cannot do, what we can do when it comes to service dogs, and what we can do as it relates to emotional support dogs. My intent is to protect this city and protect employees and protect people who don't want to be subjected to a dog they don't want to deal with or an animal they don't want to deal with. Thank you.
Madam Attorney, there's been a motion to withdraw. Does it require a second?
Yeah, you can go ahead and second it and vote to remove it.
All right, we're still in discussion. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem. This is your first time? Go ahead.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to be very blunt. I have dogs. I have scary dogs. And then I got a cute little nice dog. And when other dogs come up to me, I don't like dogs sniffing me, none of that. I don't like it, right? So the other day, I saw the mayor outside, and we talked about the issue of this legislation. So what I said to him was what I just said to y'all. You know, this is an uncomfortable situation sometimes for people. Not everyone likes dogs. And I said, perhaps asking you in a nice way or a respectful way, we can alleviate some of this. So I asked the mayor, if you don't mind, some people are allergic. Some people may have issues. You're going to smell, your dog's going to smell my dog's, and I don't, And I asked him, and he said, I really appreciate you asking me this way. And I think that the mayor, if we ask him nicely, or we just ask him and he's understanding what we're saying, he may not bring his dog around. So I just want to make that clear that if that's the issue, I want to be mature about it and just approach the person and just ask and just move forward, because I'm sure that people that have dogs, like I kind of like the dogs in my house, but they're really scary. They sound very ferocious. And if y'all even rang my doorbell, you would just not ever want to come to visit me again for the rest of your life. And so, right. However, people that have dogs don't want their dogs to be uncomfortable around people that don't like them. And so I'm just making that comment. So hopefully this can be resolved in an amicable way, but I'm stating for the record that I have asked. And the mayor can expound on that if he wants to, but I have asked, and I will yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums for her second time.
Okay. Councilwoman Pritchett, thank you for that. And my understanding is that Of course, I like the mayor's dog. But I do understand that there are challenges from a lot of other people, and there have been acts of that. So while we're on the record, if it is possible that you can sparingly look out for the employees here and us as council, can you commit to doing that? And instead of us having to launch, legislative policies to address that.
Councilwoman Gums, I already do that. Zion is a service animal. Madam Attorney, I've heard some issues, and I think they're valid issues about allergies and people not liking dogs. What does the ADA say about service animals and people with allergies?
And that was also one of my other questions is Cyan or the dog registered as a service animal?
So that's one of the questions we're prohibited from asking is we can't ask if it's, he doesn't have to. But I will say that I am looking forward to the work session. I always look forward to expanding my legal knowledge. What I can tell you is what I have in front of me, which is the federal law. And it says in subsection 7, access to areas of a public accommodation. Individuals with disabilities shall be permitted to be accompanied by their service animals in all areas of a place of public accommodation where members of the public, program participants, clients, customers, patrons, or invitees as relevant are allowed. Now, there are certain provisions that do allow for a service animal to be removed, and that's in subsection 3. Lending to things like the animal's not housebroken, the animal's not under the control of the handler. In those instances, the public accommodation can ask the person to remove their service animal, and they have to be allowed to come back to the public accommodation without their service animal. So to the mayor's point, we do have to, whether there's allergies or fears of a certain type of service animal, according to the ADA, we do have to allow them in a place of public accommodation. Now, if that service animal is out of control, being disruptive, not housebroken, we can ask the handler to remove the animal. I hope that answers your question.
So I just want to be clear that under the federal law, that allergies and fear of dogs are not valid reasons for denying access or refusing service. I could bring my service animal into this council meeting, every meeting, but I never have, because Councilman Bell isn't a fan of dogs, and the city manager is allergic to dogs. But that does not prohibit me or anyone else with a service animal from bringing them in and sitting them right here for the entire meeting. But out of consideration for people, I have not done that. So when people express their discomfort, I will keep my service animal under my control when they are in buildings. And thank you so much for this rich discussion. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, the question is really not about the mayor and Zion. The question is about whether we need a policy around this particular issue, because it doesn't necessarily have to be about the mayor and Zion. The question really is, are we in a space? Do we have enough signage? Do we have the rules in place to protect our employees in this building? And if the answer to that is no, doesn't matter about the mayor, it doesn't matter about Zion. We need to do the work session. We need to get this tight, and we do need to put something in place, because you know what? There could be somebody that walk into this building and we don't have any signage or any direction, and somebody could get hurt. And that's the issue for me that we need to discuss and tighten with this. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item. Oh, I'm sorry, we have to vote. There was a motion to withdraw. Let's take that vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously 7-0 to withdraw.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, we added several items to the agenda. Did you want to take the add-on items for one vote first prior to reading first read. I'm sorry.
Let's just sound the next item on the agenda.
First reads.
Okay.
So the first reads was an ordinance to amend Chapter 3, short-term rentals of Title 12 of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinance for the purpose of amending regulations related to short-term rentals.
All right, and there's another first read.
Well, actually, that item there is going to be held until the March 25th. Councilmember Gums is going to make that motion.
All right. Well, please sound the next item. The chair has, the chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
I read through that ordinance, and what I did not see is a notification period in that ordinance. What we discussed is that we asked the staff to bring back a recommendation where we can add a notification to residents, letting them know that Airbnbs were going to be put into their community and give them an opportunity to oppose it. And when I asked Ms. Davis why wasn't that put in there, she said that she wasn't sure that if it was true consensus on that. I thought it was true consensus on that. We have 685 Airbnbs that people are going to seek licenses for. I requested for an updated list. And, I'm all about being transparent and letting residents know what is coming into their community. That's a lot of Airbnbs that's going out into our city without giving our residents proper notification that they may possibly have an Airbnb in their community. And I just think that the way we're doing it is more reactive. Because we're allowing these Airbnbs to go out into our city, in our residents' community, and some of them may already have been problematic. And I think we should give our residents a voice notification and give them at least 15 days to protest whether or not they want the Airbnb in their community, or if they can make a case. And Attorney Kelly, we asked you to come up with, because you said we can do this, we asked you to come up with certain criteria, and you said we can put certain criteria in the ordinance as long as it is criteria that is going to be standard and equitable, and it's not changing, every time someone wants to deny, every time someone opposes the Airbnb. So you said as long as the criteria is listed and it's equitable, we could do that. And that was a recommendation that was supposed to come back, and that wasn't done. Sure.
So I can advise that something can be done, but the action item wasn't assigned to me, if that makes sense. But I don't mind assisting, but this isn't my wheelhouse, so I don't pretend to be an expert in this. I don't mind assisting though.
So I just think we're not being transparent. And I hope residents are listening. We have a list of 685 Airbnbs that is about to be released in South Fulton. People can come in and apply for a license, and you may not know anything about it. And the ordinance is being changed to prevent residents from coming before us and having a public hearing, which gave residents an opportunity to come and speak on it. And I understand why they want to take that away, because they're saying that it's allowing a backlog and we're not getting through the process. But residents need to be aware and do the open record request for the list. These Airbnb, over 685 Airbnbs are coming to this community. And right now, with the way that this ordinance is being written, you all are not going to be notified. People can walk in here, they can apply. for Airbnb, get the business license, and you all won't know anything about it as written at this time.
Mayor, I'm in the queue.
Yes, the chair recognizes Attorney Kelly.
I just for a point of clarification, there are already existing the 685 Airbnbs. It's not going to be 685 in addition to the ones that are already existing. Secondly, and I will give this caveat, I didn't write this legislation, but I've read this legislation. I do not believe that it was created with the intent of preventing residents from having a voice. Now, if there's an amendment that the council would like to make regarding the opportunity to give the public 15 days to object, that's fine. But I do want to state as a point of clarification that that was not the purpose or the intent of the writing of this legislation, and it's not 685 additional Airbnbs.
The chair recognizes, I'm going by what I see in the queue. Is there a problem with the queue?
It is.
Though the chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes. I'm gonna go with the folks in the queue and then I'll take hands after that.
Yeah, my actual thing was not for the short term, but now that I have the floor, I was the original author of the first short term rental. So there was no intent of trying to, minimize residents' voices. And it's 682. And that's why we have that monitoring site. So we know exactly how many Airbnbs are in this city, but also is an opportunity for us to regulate it. And that is the big thing. Cities from all across the metro area are now also going through that direction. Atlanta just lifted their short-term rental policy, and now they're also moving in the direction of regulating it. So I totally get it in reference to, our city and, being concerned, and they will still have a voice, if we put the notification period in there. But I think there's a lot of missed opportunities of us regulating, this short-term rental process. So that's my only comment, but my next comment is for the other item.
You'll bring that queue back up, Mr. Clerk. We just I need one screen to have the queue all the time. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Thank you. I think it's really important how we frame these issues because I think we all know that they've been operating across this city for some time. The reality is that they're making money. They don't have a business license. This actually allows us the opportunity to go see and inspect what's going on in these facilities. And so I hope as a body, we work on how we frame these issues and not misrepresent what's occurring. They're already operating. I do think whatever we do with this, if we see or find out about issues with these short-term rentals, that we have a strong mechanism to shut them down if we have crime or any issues with them. But I have to be honest, I think I've gotten 3 calls about short-term rentals, say in the last couple. At first, we got a lot when they were first starting. So I just want to make sure we're being transparent. These people are already operating. The only reason we found out about them was because of the platform that showed us that they were operating, thanks to Councilwoman Gumbs' legislation. So I just wanted to say that. I yield.
All right, the chair recognizes City Manager Subedin.
Oh.
I got you.
So I was going to echo what Councilwoman Rowell said. This gives us the opportunity to get them licensed. Once they're licensed, then we can appropriately hold them accountable. There are certain things they need to have with a license. They need to have proper insurance. They need to have a local contact. They need to have somebody who we can call if there's a problem. There's a list of things that are required when they're licensed. Right now, they're operating in our city, and we know it because of the platform, but there's virtually nothing we can do. I started here a year and a half ago. You started to do those hearings for short-term rentals. By the time it went to the Planning Commission and then came across the City Council in a year and a half, I think we got maybe 10 through the process, and we've licensed just a handful of them. So at this point, it would take us, years to get through the process. The process isn't working. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. At this point, we are proposing a way to do things differently. If the council as a body wants there to be a notification process, then that can be added. It's in the portal. That's what it's there for. We are proposing what we believe will work, but we're open to council suggestions as a body.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her second time.
Yes, with all due respect, when we left the retreat, we said we were going to implement a notification process. You and Mr. McClendon and the city attorney was supposed to work together. She said it's not her wheelhouse. I understand that. Her wheelhouse is to write the legislation once we tell her what we want. And you all were supposed to bring that back to us. That did not happen when I read the legislation. Yes, there is 682 Airbnbs that are in the city already existing. The reason this policy was amended is because what we heard from residents overwhelmingly is that a lot of these Airbnbs were party houses. A lot of the residents did not know that these Airbnbs were in their communities. A lot of the communities had HOA covenants, which we rectified in this ordinance because we're going to put that language there. And the city licensed people to have Airbnbs in HOAs that had restrictions on how many rentals or how many Airbnbs could be in their community. And so there were a lot of issues with Airbnbs. Number one, residents not knowing that these houses or these Airbnbs were in their community. And all I am saying is that I'm not against Airbnbs. What I'm saying is let's be transparent and let's let residents know that these Airbnbs are in their communities. We also found that some Airbnbs were licensed and they weren't supposed to be licensed. A few of them came before this council that were denied by CDRA because they were issued Airbnb licenses and they weren't supposed to be licensed. I don't know if that's going to require a lot of time, but I would ask CDRA to go and look at all of these Airbnbs and anything that's not supposed to be a licensed Airbnb, take them off the list because that wasn't happening. There were quite a few that came before this council that were never supposed to be Airbnbs, but they were issued licenses. And so we had people turning Airbnbs to rooming houses. And yes, there's supposed to be all these restrictions. There's supposed to be all these protocols, all of these protocols in place. The reason the ordinance was amended was to try to put some type of safeguard in place to give residents an opportunity to know that these Airbnbs were in their community. It gave them an opportunity to come and voice their opposition against them, pull police reports. And so now that we're lifting that safeguards, but for reasons that the city manager stated, I think it's only fair that we put a notice on, we notify residents, give them an opportunity to respond or object, and we put the Airbnb list somewhere on our website. Or I'm asking residents to do an open record request so you all can see where these Airbnbs are in the city of South Fulton, because you deserve to know where these Airbnbs are. And that information is not protected because it's in the it's on the Airbnb site, so that information is not protected. So I would ask that you do an open record request so that we can give you a list of where every Airbnb is in the city.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. I am quite sure that when we had this discussion the last time, this issue around community notification was very important to this council. I don't know if I misinterpreted it, but I recall that. So I am not for releasing something without us putting a system in place where we give residents the opportunity to give feedback. Those folks are on the ground. They know more than us what happens within their communities and with their neighbors. And so I would be very uncomfortable for us to go into a system where we do not have any feedback from residents at all. And again, I don't know what that looks like. I thought it was going to be an administrative thing when they're going through the license. That's what I recall us discussing. And if there's a problem that is identified through that administrative process, then that will be taken into consideration whether a license is issued or not. That was my understanding from what we talked about at the retreat. So I'm not sure why we're here without a community participation piece in place. And that's what I'm willing to support. I don't want us to put them back in the queue to burden the system here, because we have a lot of other things that we have to deal with. But I think definitely giving the opportunity for the public and the people around these properties to give us feedback should be in order. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Attorney Kelly.
Very briefly, I just want to state what I'm hearing from all of you is that we're close to a solution. I think we're all on the same page. We want to come to a solution. This is just the first read of the ordinance, and that means that we have time to make the adjustments. This is a new issue. It's an ever-evolving issue, and the legislation is going to evolve as a result. And so I've heard all of your concerns here today. I'm sure the city manager and CDRA director has heard them as well. As I mentioned, this is not my wheelhouse, but I'm happy to participate to bring all of your concerns into a comprehensive piece of legislation. But as I mentioned, this is just the first read, and this is what the first read is for, is to bring out this discussion and to make sure that we're including all the parts that are important to the council and the residents that you represent. So I do want to kind of just put a positive punctuation mark on this, that we're all on the same page here. And this is what working through a first read ordinance looks like. Thank you.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
I appreciate your narrative, but we had a 3-hour conversation in the retreat, and we.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Willis, a point of order is a question of procedure. Do you have a question of procedure right now?
Yes.
What is your question of procedure?
My question of procedure is, why wasn't what we asked done?
That is not a question of procedure. Is that a question of procedure, Madam Attorney? It's not a question of procedure.
Okay, I yield.
All right. Attorney McClendon, would you mind coming forward? I do have a couple questions about this legislation. The first being, does this new legislation eliminate the special use permit process? Is there still a hearing?
Well, the legislation itself that's in front of you does not eliminate the special use permit process, but but along with this legislative change, we will be the expectation and the suggestion from CDRA is to eliminate the special use permit process. So the legislation amends the section of the Code of Ordinances pertaining to short-term rentals that is already existing, that was separate and apart from the introduction of the special use permit process.
They'd be grandfathered in.
The ones that have special use permits? Well, they would be allowed just like all of the other short-term rentals that would come in and just get a short-term rental permit.
Does the permit expire? They have to renew every year?
The permit expires.
So
they have
if
to renew
someone
it
has a
every year.
special use permit for an Airbnb now, and it expires, they will then be governed, if we were to pass this, they would then be, their reapplication would be governed under whatever we pass.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make that clear for the record. I brought up this issue at our city council retreat in 2024. And one of the things that concerns me about our special use permit process is that we are not always consistent in our rulings. And I think one of the best protections against litigation is consistency in rulings. And I believe one of the best ways to do that would be through zoning. So as we're looking at our zoning, is it possible to do a zoning, to put Airbnbs in a zoning class, and then only lots in that zoning class would have Airbnbs, to just provide some more consistency about how we're doing this?
That's already the case. The short-term rentals are already zoned into specific zoning districts. Now, I think they are allowable in all residential zoning districts, if I remember correctly. But they've already been included in the zoning code.
Right, so they're allowed in all, they're allowed in all residential zoning districts. We could do an R1 or R2 would be we could say like those places where they have bigger lots, right? That is a kind of change that we can make where we could come out with consistent rulings. I just wanted to point that out. And then it's my understanding that, oh wait, there's a lot of cross-talking. I don't talk when other people speak. There are, in HOAs are allowed to prohibit Airbnbs and provide penalties for people who violate that HOA. So that is something, there is already a solution for many communities, because many of our communities are HOA communities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I would just say, I know Ms. Connie Robinson, president of the South Fulton HOA Alliance, is listening, that, get with your people, and those are some of the things that they can do. The follow-up question to that is, if we were to if we were to pass an ordinance that somehow conflicted with an HOA, or whatever an HOA has decided, who controls? Would it be the city or the HOA?
This is the part where I happily get to look over at our legal counsel.
So I'm going to give a very lawyerly answer. It depends. So the reason why it would depend is, again, it gets us very close to that line of tortious interference with the business contract by telling an HOA of consenting able-bodied adults that they can't contract the way that they want to contract regarding their homes. And that's why the legislation has to be crafted very carefully to make sure that we don't cross that line into tortious interference with the business contract. Now, if something that they have covenanted for is unconscionable, illegal, things of that nature, then obviously our laws would control in that instance. But if the law is just a matter of preference, then we kind of do verge into that tortious interference with the business contract territory.
Thank you. So I do believe in governing at the most local level, and there is a level below city council, and that is your HOA. So I would encourage people with HOAs to look to talk with their lawyers and talk about legal solutions and things that they can take. They don't have to wait on us in the city. All right, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, the next item was a first read for case Z24-027. As we heard in the 5 o'clock meeting, Councilmember Gumbs, I believe, wishes to hold this first reading until the March 25th, 2025 council meeting.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Oh,
I move to go into executive session. It's not? To take it off the agenda?
The chair is entertaining a motion about
My
this thing.
apologies.
Go ahead. We
Hey,
got you.
bye. Bye.
And I think we got two more after that, but I'd like to make a motion to hold this to, what was the date again? March 25th, the first read to March 25th, 2025.
It's probably moved in second. Let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
And the last item is approval of all the walk-on items. Just for the record, we had 3 veterans appointments from District 2, 2 from District 2 and 1 from District 6. We have 3 events, District 1, Power to Heal, District 2, March 10th, Senior Health Day, District 2, October 2025, gun buyback. And then we had 5 donations from for the Sweetheart Ball from District 2. Those are the items that were added.
The chair will entertain a motion. That's how it works. The chair will entertain a motion. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Does town halls have to be approved according to the new policy? I didn't remember. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure because ours is on the 20th and I didn't want to. You said no.
Yeah, it's not in place yet. We have 60 days to implement.
All right, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously 7-0.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to go into executive session or adjourn.
No, we have to go to executive
I
session.
said I will take a motion for whatever, so whatever the motion is.
Motion to go to executive session.
Personnel.
Real estate personnel, cybersecurity, and something else.
Real estate, litigation,
personnel,
litigation.
and cybersecurity.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Let's take this vote by show of hands.
All of us. Look at all that. Everybody
Thank you, man.
Yes, that was hard for me. I was like, man, oh.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to reconvene, or no, is that? That's correct. I'd like to make a motion to reconvene. From executive
So
session.
moved with a second. Any discussion? Mr. Clerk, call the roll. Call the vote, call for the vote.
All those in favor?
Oh,
All those in favor of the motion,
we have to reconvene, right?
raise your hand. Anybody opposed? That motion is approved at 7-0, and the time is 12:50 a.m.
Mr. Clerk, were there any actionable items taken in executive session?
Yes, there were, and I believe the city attorney is going to read those for the record.
The council has decided to take the following actions. One, the council has decided to shut down access to the mayoral budget with the exception of his salary and benefits. 2, the pool table in the mayoral suite will be removed. 3, the city manager is directed to draft a memo to all employees effective immediately to cease and desist all interaction with the mayor. Any employee who violates this directive will be subject to immediate disciplinary action by the city manager. 4, the film studio equipment shall be sent back to the vendor as an unauthorized purchase. If that is not possible, the equipment will be distributed to the Public Affairs Department for use. 5, the 3 Mac devices will be distributed to the IT department. 6, the council has elected to reclassify the film and media manager to a special projects manager, and this person shall report to the clerk. 7, all equipment shall be turned over to the city manager tomorrow, including the drone. 8, by tomorrow morning, the general services director shall secure the suite by changing the locks of the mayoral suite. 9, the mayor has had his access revoked to all city buildings and facilities. 10, the council has elected to remove the electric vehicle and reinstate the travel allowance until such time as a policy is put in place concerning the mayoral vehicle. It is the consensus of the council that the mayor, through the unauthorized use of resources and abuse of his position, refusing to follow policy, and engaging in conduct unbecoming to a member, which constitutes a breach of public trust, the council has decided to take the foregoing actions as violations of the charter and ordinances until such time as all city investigations are complete.
Second. Oh. So moved. Second.
Any discussion?
Yes. You just
Councilwoman Willis. Go ahead.
You just mentioned the film and media manager. I just want to put on the record both roles should report to the clerk. No, she just mentioned one. And so, did you just mention one? And so there are 2 roles. I just want to make it clear on the record, both roles should be reporting to the city clerk.
I did mention just the film director. However, the other position has already been reassigned to the clerk, and so that's why it wasn't mentioned. It's already been taken care of.
Okay, I also want to make sure that what you have stated, can you have that to council written and typed up within 24 hours? And we also need it sent to our third-party council that's handling ethics. Thank you.
That's fine. I'll have that done.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, call for the vote.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Is anyone opposed? That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
Are there any other items that need to be dealt with?
I move to adjourn.
Discussion? I'm being funny. Mr. Clerk, call for the vote.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? That motion is approved. We are adjourned at 12:54 a.m. Have a good evening. It's raining hard out there, so be safe getting home.